in the My Stunts. He has a gym where he preps action. How much action is actually prepped there? And were you guys there a lot when you were doing these films?
You want to tell you the truth? For
Absolutely.
sure, that's a studio set. That's not a dream we don't have. Like that's a set. That's a movie set. That's a My Stunt movie set.
This is an interview with Andy Cheng. Andy is a stuntman, stunt coordinator, and director known for films like Who Am I?, The Rundown, and Shang-Chi. He talks about his days with the Jackie Chan stunt team, his move to Hollywood, and what makes an action star.
Well, Andy, thank you so much for talking to us and talking about your awesome experience. I'm really excited to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I mean, like I said, I'm exciting too.
Can you talk about how you were discovered and brought into Hong Kong cinema as a stuntman?
I mean, back then, I discovered because I think I saw a movie, and then I discovered myself like what I want to do. Movie is the Jackie Chan movie, of course, my master, my Daigo, my boss. I remember is the one that really like hit me very hard is the movie Police Story, when he chased the bus. Remember the police story when he chased the bus running down to the hill? Because that hill is where my backyard. I live there. Exactly. So I'm doing cardboard slide every day there after school.
So wait a minute. So the shanty town that he puts his car, was that your neighborhood? Did he destroy your neighborhood? Was that your own?
That's also that's our neighborhood. When they shooting when the village, the car going down and crash all the village thing, that's those shelter is when I grew up, that's where I live in. And then we from the shelter moved to the apartment building, the government building. So that's where I really babies that moment I live in shelter. And that's the crash down. And then that hill, around that hill, that area is called Sammo. It's like in Kowloon side. So that's where I go up. And after I see that, I say, wow, I can do what he's doing, because he slide down the hill, he jump over the fan. I said, wow, this is something I did. So that is the first time in my head, like thinking, okay, maybe I should do movie. I don't know movie that then is so young, like a teenager. I don't know I don't know is the movie have a stunt people, they have props and wardrobe. I have no idea that there's so many departments. I just I want to do movie. So that's the first thing, But that's how I get in my head, say, oh, I want to do movie, and that at the same time I'm fighting for Taekwondo. Represent Hong Kong, and I do a lot of competition, just fish sparring for Olympic style. So that's why like K-Barber, like JJ, we all same roof. So I start doing that, and then luckily I get into a pickup by the company called TVB. So TVB have a martial artist class. So you supposed to go acting, but you have martial art background, so you can acting. So I ideally go there and try to be an actor. But then there also behind that, when we're training, we train 3 months to learn everything for stunt. So we learn. I only do kicking, right? But then I learn, tumbling, trembling, wushu, weapons, wire work. So we learn everything in 3 months, every day from 10 to 6. Learn every different class from different stunt coordinator, and then we learn from there. And then you do the test. Then if you got passed, then you sign a contract. So I have a contract for artist contract for, I work for them like over 6 years. So but in between that, in 1 year, right after about 1 year, I realized I don't have a talent for acting. So I give up on that. So I just focus on stunt, and then stunt double, and then six years I work so much, so much. It's always so I always have a daytime location, nighttime studio, like 2 work at the day. So I work so much.
Were there any teachers that we might know that taught that TVB stunt class?
I think I think a lot of people who are watching Kung Fu movie will know is Lau Kar-Leung. Yeah, so Lau Kar-Leung is the one teach us the weapon. He teaches us spear, box shot. So he's a weapon coach or teacher. And then we have a Beijing Opera master, but he's not that famous. He's not like in front of the camera, so people maybe don't know him. But Lau Kar-Leung, it will be the one you will know. Yeah.
So you technically had Beijing Opera training then?
Well, we do. Yeah, Beijing Opera training, weapon training, like traditional kung fu, wire work, like I said, and then tumbling, trampling. Yeah, and then acting. Also, we do acting. So like, there's a whole package about trying to make another action style, like that kind of class. But then end up, we have about 20 or 30 people, 20 people to get into the class, and then end up with side like around 10 people. But then today left only maybe 3 people still in the business.
So what was your first film then? Your first stunt role, I guess.
My first movie is Sammo home movie. I think, my first movie is Sammo home movie. I do a freelancing for the fight. They have the 2 main actors, right? Sammo and Alan Tam, I think, is a singer. So he paid like a buddy. And the fight scene I remember, we in a construction site, and my fight is just fight with others. I think I got a shot or something, But at some other stunt from Sammo stunt team, oh my God! When we go other side to look at what Sammo fight, I remember one is Sammo do a trampoline with the stick, and he a stunt guy right into the face. And then next day we see the face like, wow. I said, wow, that's the Sammo home stunt team. Because we are freelance, so we don't need to take those spots, right? So that's a very. And then another boy is there. He's already after the one shot is a pushing kick in the chin, and then do the black 3/4. So he is all scratched everything. And then the day he's coming to work is like this. He still come to set, they're helping. So I said, wow, that's the Sammo home stunt team. It's back then very intense. That's the 1980 and early 90. Very, very intense. But that's my first time in the movie set as a freelance, as a stuntman, because I'm that moment I'm still with the TVB. So we go out, it's like kind of like illegally working on the outside because we have a contract. And then end up a funny story. So that's how I sneak it out, and then I start working like from the TV transfer to the movie set. And then I did the movie with Dion Lam. And then I got a newspaper reporter take a picture of me and the actress a double, and then TVB, the head of the TVB, find out the picture and say, hey, why are you working there? So they fire me. So, but the funny, everyone does that. Every stunt associate coordinator, they all working outside. They all do what I do. But I'm the first one that got really like print out and say, okay, but there's they say fire, but then others like not fire. They say, okay, you have 2 ways to go. One is you resign the contract. Another one is that we fire you. So as you pick one. So I did the resign, because they say if we fire you, then TVB will never hire you again. But if you resign, then you still have a chance to come back. So I take the resign. So I left the company, and then because I left the company, I got the opportunity. I got a phone call, another Sammo home movie, Mr. Nice Guy. So I go to Australia with Jackie Chan. So that is how I get into Singapore.
Right.
Yeah, but that's a lucky fire. The fire is really helped me, because with the contract, I don't know I can take the job if I had to give up the contract. So, but then I already resigned. I said, that's a perfect timing. Then I go.
Long before Mr. Nice Guy, years before that, you did a film with Lau Kar-Leung, directed by Lau Kar-Leung, called New Kids in Town, 1990.
Ah, yes. That's another. Yeah, that's the one I played the Taekwondo coach, right? Because of my background. I wish I would really work with him as on set doing stuff with him. That's why I'm saying my favorite one is Jungle Master 2, where he and Jackie, when they do that, that is the movie, my favorite movie of the martial art movie. And I always feel that is the one I missed that opportunity to work on that show, because that moment I in TVB, and then they do fundraising for Stunt Association. So there's all the stunt guy work on it, but that's all outside people. So we are the TVB, so I don't have a chance to go there. So if I would love to work on them. That was only one for me. Is I feel I miss that.
Yeah. Now I did see you in a film with Cho Wing. You know Cho Wing, right?
Yes, right. Cho Wing is the one called me to Mr. Nice Guy. That's him, because him called me to work for Sammo and Jackie. That's Cho Wing is the one called me. I know him before that. He worked for Chui Xiuming, right? And then we met when I very early when I just started doing stunt. I met together, and then so he remember me as a Taekwondo, because he see. I did the audition with Chui Xiuming. You know, we all showing, oh, this is a good kicker. You know, and then maybe that's in his head. And then that moment when Mr. Nice Guy, when Jackie hurt his neck, and then they need somebody there. So that's how I get the opportunity. Because normally I won't have a chance to go into a Sengkaban. And then because Mas, you know, remember Mas? You know, so Mas get hurt. He hurt his back. Jackie hurt his neck. So then they need somebody right away. So they call me like on Friday night, Sunday night, I fly to Sydney.
At that time, how common was it for a Hong Kong stuntman to have good kicks?
Not common. If I mean, like, a different kind of good kick. I mean, they have kick, but they're like a Beijing Opera wushu kick, or hardcore karate. You know, like, but low kick. And Taekwondo is only feel is really like high kick and, you know, combination kick. There will be one person everyone will know is Abba Lai Kun. Remember?
Anyway.
So we are the same master. So he is my Seung, right? So, but he's much senior. So he come from same thing. He background is Taekwondo, and then I follow him. I did remember when after I watching Police Story, I did find a way to call him, because I don't know him, but I know he's my Seung. So I did find a way to contact him and call him on the phone and say, hey, Seung, I want to be do stunt and that. So, you know, I say I want to get into the business. Then he say, okay, if I get a chance, I can let you know. But we never happened. You know, but then the circle is like, I go to TVB and then end up with him. So when I see him, I say, remember that? You know, right? So, and then he is the one of the back then, you know, the first really with the kick, right? Very powerful. And then of course then Ken Lo, you know, but Ken Lo is come from fish sparring, the different Muay Thai, more Muay Thai style. So yeah, it's not that many. But a lot of people, they have a really good talent, but there's not, like I said, the especially, you know, those real Taekwondo, you know, kicking technique is not that many. It's just because they just start, you know, 1980 something, Taekwondo start rising. So in the 90s, this is just like beginning the Taekwondo take off in Hong Kong. Early than 1980 is karate and traditional kung fu or Beijing Opera. So,
can you tell us how Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, and Yuen Biao learned how to kick the way that they did?
I heard this say he'd go to learn Taekwondo, but I'm not sure he really like to go to learn it. And then Yuen Biao he's the one for me. Is like, wow, his kick is beautiful. He have the technique is different than Jackie, different than Sammo. He is like, for me back then, I said, wow, for kicking technique, I think he's the best one. You know, I don't think they really like taking a real Taekwondo class, but I think the thing is they're very talented. You know, three of them, I work with them all. It's like I say, wow, this is very, very special. They all have different kind of talent. Sammo hands is so fast. I mean, that is for sure. For hands, nobody faster than Sammo. And then for an acrobatic thing, I think Biao is very, very cool. We do in Shanghai Lun. I remember when we do a Shanghai Lun, he did the early morning. He wanted to. We say, oh, how about do the those keep up on top of the table? he just walk up there, no warm up, and say, "Oh, you want to see this?" And he saw every, all the department. We just location scouting, and he saw it there. It's like, wow, that is him. It's amazing. And then, of course, Jackie will be a different kind of style. He's more around the set. He's a master with playing with the location.
When you started in Taekwondo, did you want to be a stuntman, and did you train Taekwondo to be a stuntman, or were you just training Taekwondo to be a fighter?
No, when I trained Taekwondo, no, I'm never think that moment is before I decided to do movie. I only know I want to do martial art since very young, because my first movie I go to see is the Fist and Fury, Bruce Lee movie. This is my first movie, not Big Boss. Big Boss, I never go to the theater. The second one, I go with my father. And I remember only one thing is that when at the ending, when he do the jump side kick, the feast, and then so I remember that frame. This is like one picture in the movie is in my head. That is the end shot. He went out and then jump and then feast. So that moment, I want to learn kicking, kung fu. But I never have a chance back then because my family, like I said, very poor. So I don't have money to pay for the teacher to learn kung fu. So I learned from the street, a street kid, and then I have a little older street brother. So he learned Fu Hok Xiang in Hong Quan. So he teaching me at the sidebar. He learned from the master and then teach us in the street. And then that's how I learned stuff from learning Hong Quan. And then I keep learning from all the people, but without paying, just sneaking. And then until I do junior high school, and then we have a class at the school. Say everyone have to pick one hobby class. So that's a Taekwondo. And then that moment, it's very cheap, but that's all. It take me like I have $4 for a week, for $4 Hong Kong dollar for a week for my lunch meal. Was $15 for the month for Taekwondo. So I almost like cut on my half the money for the lunch for the Taekwondo to and then how I start. So I learned Taekwondo first, and then I get into the competition, and then wow, that's fun when I do the fighting. When I yellow belt, I was first fighting with the Hong Kong Open for the color belt. So there's low. I won the bronze medal as a silver medal. I said, wow, that's so cool. So that's how I start fighting. I start getting to the fighting. So then a few years later, that's why when I see Police Story, and I remember, wow, I want to do movie. So Taekwondo is before I decide to do movie. And then, of course, it ended up, wow, it turned out good.
Yeah, maybe if you had taken Taekwondo to learn how to movie fight, you wouldn't have been such a fighter. Because some of us get into martial arts to do movies, but we don't put as much emphasis on the actual fighting part.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not that moment, not even thinking about. I did after that, after I represent Hong Kong and I start knowing, I should call my seeing like Abba. So, but that moment I already represent Hong Kong. I already fighting, and also I have like close 10 years. All I do is fighting Taekwondo, training, diet, everywhere I go, the whole world, everything I can go is all about Taekwondo. It's all technique, all about fist sparring. So no, not even trying to learn fancy movement or something. Just fight how I get the point, how I win the tournament. So it's like a good close 10 years, all just focusing on fighting.
So when you were working on TV movies in Hong Kong, we've all heard that you're allowed to spend a lot of time on movie sets when you're designing action in Hong Kong films. What's it like on a TV movie set, though? Such as you did one called Kung Fu Cop with Cheng and Fan Xiuwang.
Well, Fan Xiuwang was amazing. I mean, like, go back then, wow, his talent's like unbelievable. He's flipping high, so high, it's so powerful. TV is not like movie, right? We exactly Hong Kong. That's a Hong Kong style. No rehearsal, no prep, no previous. Come on set, do what you can do. That's all. Just happening on the set. So and then so fast, it's so fast. Not like one setup and another set. There's two cameras, just shoot. It's just no time like movie. So when I go to movie, I say, wow, the movies is so cool. Lighting, takes. We don't lighting, it's barely lighting, because they're shooting a beta. It's not even a film. Experience for TV that moment, I would just say, make me today is like, it's just instantly, when you see something wrong or something you think is cool, then just do right away. So we don't like, we have a prep, let's think about it. We don't thinking about it, we just do it. Like that's how my first 6 years, like when I put on the wire, do this, try this and then do it, right away we shoot. It's not like, let's rehearsal, a couple of days. Never do that.
So when you started working on films, you worked with Wong Jing on a couple of films as well.
Yeah, Wong Jing and
does he give the action team a lot of time to design action?
He's in and out. He's the director come on set and go in there. We're ready to roll camera. He'll be there. And I don't know the real specific, but especially when we do mostly it's a comedy. It's not like a big heavy fight scene. So I don't remember, like we have a huge time to do a fight scene or something. We always like a gag, one gag and then another gag. It's not like a big fight scene, epic fight scene, or a shooter's fight scene, like, once time, Wang Fei Hong, like 7 or 3 months for the scene. We don't have those. We always, it's mostly it's a comedy. When I work with him, is I think it's the Stephen Chow. So I double him to do. We went to Hawaii. Babin Singguan, I don't know the English.
$6 Million Man, right?
Yeah. So that's when I come out. I work for Dion a lot. So Dion is my kind of like my movie mentor. So he taught me many places. He took me to Hawaii, to Stephen, and then we did Bad Mass and all kind, and then Cheng Dong movie. So all I working for like left hand man with Dion. Yeah, and then another person is Li Daqiu, the one he won the Hong Kong Best Action Choreography for Pre-vizzing. So me and Ni, we both, he's from Wushu, I'm from Taekwondo, and we both worked for Dion for a long time, like a good close 10 years. And then I transferred from there, and then I got the call from Cho Wing, and then go to when I with Jackie, then I start follow with Jackie the whole time. Then I left, almost left the Hong Kong cinemas. I come to Hollywood, then I stick here. So
before we go to Singaban, can we talk about this fight you did with Donnie Yen and Saint of Gamblers? That was Dion Lam. Did Dion Lam do the action for that, or was Donnie giving input?
That's Dion and me and Ni, and then of course Donnie would come. He will have his left kick, right kick. That's his style, right? But the same thing, there's no rehearsal. We're on set. Hey, and then come up and okay, you do the back four, and then another guy do the slam into the ground. It's all happening on set. It's not like we have a day before rehearsal. And then we come on set with him, That is also, I remember Donnie, hands, same thing. He's fast too. Yeah. Every ball, if you go slow motion, every punch I try to block, I missed it. He punched it, but I keep trying to chase him. If you go back to look slow motion, everything I supposed to block, I missed it. He's so fast too. We work together beside that, and then we also in the TV. He also worked for TV at the TV. He did the cop show, and then when we have another fight scene, but different.
So when you worked with Dion Lam, what did you take away from being under Dion Lam? What did you learn from him in the end?
It was a lot. He's really like my mentor to understand movie. Because I never done movie, right? I'm a TV guy, and then when I go on set, and then the very beginning I work for, we did that fight scene. It's a lobster. So it's a lobster, and then like a toy, so the lobster with the, and then I suppose it's with a knife. Like I try to eat the lobster fight. don't eat me, right? So it's something like that. I got yelled so bad, because my hand with the knife is not acting. I don't know how to acting. I just because so new, and so I remember, and they say, no, you acting, no, it's, I have no clue what he yelling outside other side, and then end up Lee, my another partner, he showed me, oh no, do this, and I start realize, oh, the fart had to act like kung fu, and then that is the, I would say that is the first time my head like, oh, it's not just this acting. Every part of your body, your hand, your finger, your hair, you need to learn how to act. And then wow, that's that I learned from him. It's like I start realize because I think maybe it's so green, and then when I see those things, like, but I already like 6-7 years in the TV. When I go out to a movie set, it's like so impressed, how they do stuff. Like wow, because they have prep, kind of like little prep time, and then they have more lighting time. So in between that, they come up something, and then he do all the props. How we make the lobster moving. So they start doing the props. I thought, wow, we come out to do. We need to learn how to do props and everything. Because when like I said, in TV, I don't see that experience, And when I'm in the movie, I can see how Dion, take control of the whole set. They do prop, wardrobe, everything, they prep the whole thing. And I know, wow, this is how you do movie. So I start learn from that. I think that's a lot of big part. And then he worked for Cheng. So wow, Cheng is very intense and fast, So and I said, wow, that's how they set up wire. And then the wire they set up is like to compare TV. TV maybe half the amount they do. I mean, like the scale is much bigger, right? Where we have 40 people fighting at the same time, 40 people, but 20 people is real people and 20 people is dummy. And then I saw all the people jump from the 18-foot tower. Everyone hand pull, and everyone fighting at the same time. And then everyone go to the sky and then just crash, tangle, and then come down. Oh, everyone hurt, that kind of thing. I said, wow, this kind of scale is amazing. That's how, I mean, he opened my eye when I worked for him, because he worked, all big show, with Jet Li, Stephen Chow, Michelle, and then Tony. So he like bring me to a different world. When I'm from TV come out, I follow him, and then we also, did some foreign video game, and then so wow. And then I see him, like, very charming. He can speak little English. Wow, that's so cool. He can talk English too. Because I mean back then we don't speak English. So I say, wow, he's so cool. It's really like a director. And then I mean I learned everything from that moment. And then after, of course, I transferred to learn from Jackie. And I see another world.
So you go on to do Mr. Nice Guy. Cho Wing brings you onto that, and is that's when you joined Singaban, Jackie Chan?
That's yeah. I mean, ideally go there, and then Cho Wing is. I mean, due to 2 days, he's still upset. Is when he called me, he said, "You're a Hong Kong." So I go there. He said, "You Hong Kong, I call you here." So I start work, but then I work with, of course, Sammo there. He's the director, and then Jackie. And then when I first go there, and then I don't have any band. I just a new guy and the TV guy, and then come into. But I have a lot of, but then, like I said, lucky I work with Dion and learn a lot from outside, and then my TV situation and the experience. It looked like, oh, this boy looked like a knows something. So that I think they saw me as, whoa, he's not like so green. And then I start working, and then somehow I start from Sammo's side and Cho Wing's side, and then slowly ship into Jackie's side because I think earlier we are only one unit, so with Sammo everything, and then slowly we start split up 2 units. And then Jackie start doing that side. He's doing that, and then Sammo do another side with other actor, and then Jackie take care of his part, and then Sammo take care of all other side. So and then somehow Jackie just keep me on his side. And then slowly I shifting to Sengaban, and And then I remember showing, and then he would say, "Hey, you are Hong Gaban." I say, "Sorry, no, but how I can say no to the big boss and call me go there?" So I start, and then I think I remember after Melbourne shooting, and then we go to Sydney, because we were in 2 locations, Melbourne and Sydney. And then when we go to Sydney, and that is a moment, I think Rumble in the Bonds in America, success. And then he asked me, I remember Jackie asked me, "Hey, I'm going to Hollywood. You want to go with me?" I said, "Yeah, of course, of course, right?" So that's how I started with him,
Was there a sort of a friendly competition between Sammo Hung's stunt team and Jackie's stunt team and Mr. Nice Guy?
There, not really, because if I'm not wrong, that moment, Sammo's stunt team only have Cho Wing. So he's a coordinator, and then we have Jackie Sai, Nikki Mas, they're all there. And then, but the other side is only Cho Wing. And then he brought me there. But then, like I said, I'm slowly working with the Jackie side, because also the double and everything. So, but Cho Wing is only him, and then he have I cannot remember other stunt guy with him. Yeah, so he's a kind of, but we're not like competition, but we still work together. But then of course, and Cho Wing is one of the toughest. Cho Wing doubling one of the main actresses in the movie, right? So he put on the clothes and double her, and then at the moment, I think the bad guy throw her out in the construction site, so they have to kind of like a scaffolder, have the pie like this, and then he got a Superman flying and then land right into his stomach, like. So he did one take. He out of the air, can't even talk right after that. And then Sammo say, "One more." So he walked up there, and remember he do another one, even harder, right? Boom. And then after that, one more. And then the last one, he do it like he jumped, but his leg cannot. He tried to jump high, but he kind of like fell onto it. And then I remember Sam was like, "What? No?" And he said, he's like, "Sorry, Dago, I really want to do, but my leg don't jump because so pain, like crazy." And then that is like, you can see, even you how tough you are, when the moment your body just don't listen. I mean, the first 2 days, it's a full on. He's like, ah! And then after that, I think he's really hurt. And then the last one, he just cannot jump. And he answer, "Here, I wanted so high, but then my leg doesn't go anymore." But he's as like I said, one of the toughest stunt guy, and he have really good skill. He's another guy can kick. He's another stunt guy in Hong Kong. Back then, his kick is really, really wild. His combination is weird, but then maybe his background is he also learned everything. So his combinations are not like a taekwondo kicking, but he have a lot of different skill, and then his speed is fast. Because I think he's physically pretty fit then.
Yeah, he's at the end of In the Line of Duty 4, and he's got a great fight in The Red Wolf against Kenny Ho. Was he a Taekwondo?
No, I don't think he is a real Taekwondo. I'm not sure but he's training like, okay. And if we go back to the Hong Kong back then, 1980, 1990, a lot of stunt guy training in the park, like a Kowloon Park or different park. They go to the park and train, and everybody exchange the skill, and that's how the skill goes so fast. And so somebody maybe we show the roundhouse, and then they start learning. So they're not really like Taekwondo. So they're not like I said, I really from the Taekwondo, they are just like movie set, and then but they all bunch of people. They always do like when they're not working, they go to the park training. They do tumbling, flipping, and then choreography, and then exchange skill. That's how they learn. And then early when I start, we go to the park. Same thing. We just see, wow, they really like do a fight scene, just like almost like right now here in America, right? A lot of previous, a lot of short film, a lot of went out because of video and iPhone. So everyone do a fight scene. Then go back to 1980, everyone go to Kowloon Park, go to different park, and then the bunch of people, few people, they go and then they train. So I think that's how they learn, the skill of kicking. Even I guess Sammo, they're all on set seeing those, and then they just pick up right away. There's just something very, very special.
What do you think that skill, like, where do you think they develop that skill to be able to take kicking, like Cho Wing being able to take kicking and just make it work? What kind of training do you need to be able to take things like that and make it look good?
I think this is because that then there's a lot of demand. There's a lot of demand about new action, and at that moment is like the peak time, for action fight. So there's a lot of fight scene, a lot of opportunity. I think that when you have so many demand and the request, you have to improve it. So then, because that experience is like shooting, like everyone, right? When you do have more experience, your stuff the level will go up higher and better. So I think that's because of the demand that moment.
Did they train with cameras in the park as well so that they could see what they look like now?
No. Not like I said, no camera. I mean, when the camera happening is like 19, I would say early or 90, and then they start have a mini TV or something, right? But back then, go a little earlier, there's a big videotape thing, right? So not everyone will have money to buy those. So a lot of, and then don't have iPhone, they don't have phone. So that, I mean, that is, they all just go training, just look at and then seeing stuff. And then they don't even have a payback or anything. Oh, did I kick good or no? It says, hey, how I good? It says only can be conversation. It's no visual. I mean, that visual is like later, way later. I think, yeah, I almost always say, late 90s. It's not even early 90s. When I start, I remember when I come to do martial law, martial law, we are the first thing, I think we are the first thing in shooting people for American stunt people. Like, wow, they're shooting mini DV editing and after Adobe. We're doing that, and then they, whoa, that's how they start. We are, almost like invented it. And then that is like, I remember it's Alan Sid, when we do, and then we do fight, and then that moment, like JJ, Curry brother, Chad, David Lee, they all come for audition. We do that's a big thing, when martial law come to Hollywood. That's a big thing. I remember all big stunt guy right now, all big director. They all come audition and then pick partner and they do a fight scene and then we're recording. I wish I can have those tapes. It's gonna be so fun to watching them. Or like, I think everyone there is everyone. I can remember everyone pick a partner and then they do fight scene and then we say, oh, you guys show us how you guys what fight work. So we're recording that, and that is how we start have a rehearsal. We start have a previous, but very early stage. But now today's way different.
Going back to Jackie Chan. So you talked about how Sammo and his one member of Hong Gaban, how he treated Cho Wing. So what was Jackie like with his stuntmen back then?
So that's a very extremely different, right? So on the Sammo side, and then when I go, and then I start leaning into more Jackie, and I realized him. I thought would be the 1980s Jackie Chan. I thought would be, either way I will die, either way I will be bad. But then totally opposite. And that moment he suddenly shifted. That's the like beginning. He starts shifting. Like, okay, he take the violin out. He don't want to feel hurt. He want to feel pain, but not hurt, and then not violent. So he want to be fun, but it's still a dangerous stunt. But he don't want to show that. That kind of thing. So that's very extreme. One side is like, wow, this side is like, oh, funny, oh, he got hurt, but then he get up, like, but not like damage, So that is how he's. And then I remember he said, oh, I want my action go into the house, like every family want watching, because the kid can see. If that like, wow, that's so violent, don't see it. So that is, I remember he told me, is like, yeah, I want all the parents say, hey, go watching Jackie Chan movie. He's funny, So he start leaning to comedy, and it's still a very good skill, but then not violent. So that's how I see that side. And wow, so I'm lucky I lean on that side now. So
where do you think that came from with him? Was there an event in his life that triggered that change?
now, if too long, I remember he says something about why he was changing it. He did say something about. I think he said he saw a movie or something, and he see, wow, you see, no matter how he does, it doesn't make that kind of box office, doesn't make that much impact. So he said, suddenly he changing it. He said, "Whoa, this is so now." I thought he did say somebody told him, or he realized that. Either way, I mean, he realized I cannot just keep using a knife chop somebody's head off. No, I got to chop it and then turn around, just hit him, not kill him. So it's something he did say about, like I said, so like almost like 30 years ago. So he's just saying, but mainly the message is saying he want his movie family, the parents will tell the kid go watching. That's the idea. So whatever the kid should not watching, so he won't do. So especially like sex scene, he don't want to do any about sexy, about bad work, and then he tried to. I think that is the start. He start trying to give every message about good manner, good discipline. Yeah, very. I mean, like I said, he changed me too. I when I learned, wow, I said this is a superstar, but then he don't waste any food, he don't waste anything. Wow, I said, I mean, in the personal side beside the movie set, I think I learned a lot from him. I said, wow, this is a great model as a superstar. He was demonstration to everyone.
So how did that play out then in the fight choreography when you guys are doing the fights in Mr. Nice Guy, with that emphasis on nonviolence?
Remember the fight scene in the construction? This is the construction scene. We went there. It's the first 2 days we're sleeping and clean up the floor, not shooting at all, not even put the camera out. 2.5 days. After the third day morning, we still clean up the floor because the construction never finished. There's no window. So after nighttime, they all wet in the morning. So we have to clean up the floor. We're using torch and dry the floor and after we do everything, and then lunchtime, and then he was thinking, and then he wake up, eat the lunch and the wrap. Was wrap? We haven't wrap. Really, we wrap 2 days, not bring the camera at all. Is that back then? How powerful Jackie Chan. He can not shooting because he don't have an idea. And then after 2.5 days, then suddenly he wake up and say, "I got it." And then after lunch, and then we start shooting. And then everything he already have. Okay, do this, do the whole, do and put Bad Allen into the spinning thing. Everything right on set, and then we just same thing. We'll create that moment. But he is he had to think the whole thing. He not think one move. Oh, this cool move. He think the whole situation.
So do you think that's what you think he built the entire scene in his head? Really?
Absolutely. He built entire scene and props. They say, okay, give that hole, get ready how I get the hole. When I turn on the hole, get all the air, right? Get that, get this thing, how this machine going. Give me the zip tie, when I tie the button. Everything. He planned everything. And then who come, this guy get ready for next gap. And then we switch, I will be this guy, I will be this guy. We're all, because of all the Australian, they cannot do. So if you use slow motion, almost everything when the stuff running around is the Caucasian, fighting is Chinese. That's how if you slow motion everything. It's only couple guy can get into a really with the contact is Brad Allen and Paul. When he feel okay, I see your talent, I like you. Then he trusts you, then you on. If he don't feel comfortable, okay, Andy, double this. So we go in the middle, we go changing like 5 times. We will keep changing. Oh, I'll double this guy, one into this guy. It's like crazy. If you go back to see it, it's always this fight scene. It's all Asian, and then running around is all Caucasian. That's how I say. And also like say wow, and then I start even knowing that's how his style. He everyone come close him. He have to trust it. If you don't trust it, you won't. You're very hard to have a when you only have one chance to go to him. When you throw the first punch, you near miss, or you. But if you too close and something he feel danger, then he know you cannot have control. Then he will never put you. So he very clear around him who he fight, and then timing are very very important. The timing, rhythm. So he's like one eye for anything.
Phil and I were playing a drinking game called Spot Andy Cheng when we were watching Mr. Nice, the Mr. Nice Guy finale. We were watching the end fight of Mr. Nice Guy, and it's 4 white guys fighting Jackie Chan, but every time you see someone's back, it's you.
Yes, right. You can see. I mean, if we just constantly swap them, so they just have close up and then one, and then we would go in fight and then swap. So if we like Mr. Nice Guy, a lot in the Mr. Nice Guy fight scene.
Yeah. So how long did that scene take to shoot once cameras started rolling?
Wow, good question. I cannot remember, but I think maybe 3-4 days, maybe. I think it's not that much, but I mean, plus all the end of the stunt, maybe 4 days, maybe. Yeah, but we really sit 2.5 days, nothing. Nobody even put on the wardrobe. 2.5 days, and then suddenly change, go, and then wow, the energy is so different. That is the best experience I ever had. It's so cool,
the final fight with Richard Norton is very short. Jackie's tied up. It's kind of surprising, and then it turns into this much bigger, kind of grandiose, almost Hollywood style action scene with the character and all that. Was that originally planned that way?
Yeah, blow up the ending, the big Hollywood ending is the already plan, because the house is not a real house. The whole, when you see the whole entire set, they're all built. When we're shooting in Melbourne, they build that thing in Sydney. So when we go there, this whole thing is like it's a construction build, and then they already find the big wheel car, the truck. They already planned to roll into it and crash everything, and then torture the whole thing. So that is all planning. That's a big Hollywood ending. That first, and then the fight with the rope, tie in and then try to control him, and that is on set. We come up with it's the same thing. It's no rehearsal. We just on set. Yeah, but the whole the ending is all planning, because the house had to damage the whole house.
So was his process the same then on Who Am I?
No, Who Am I? We don't have that. Who Am I? I don't think we will have not shooting a whole day. No. Who Am I is different. Who Am I? I think Who Am I? That moment, he and Benny, Benny Chan, the director, a really good communication, because I think Benny is really like with the Jackie follow with all the idea, and then maybe they have some kind of idea they know in his and like I say in Mr. Nice Guy is different. My Sammo is on the tough side, and then he's on the funny side. So it kind of like you can see. It's not they not work together well. It's just that you can see in Who Am I is more Jackie style from beginning to end. So he's like fully controlled. So
were you involved in the entire production for Who Am I?
Oh yeah, beginning to the end. Yeah, we are long process. We went to few places. We went to Africa We went to Malaysia, Holland. Yeah, few location. Yeah, beginning to end. Yeah.
So were you involved in the rally scene as well with the car thing, with the car stunts and all that?
Oh yeah.
What was your role with the car stunts?
No, that custom we have. We find from the local or something, and then Nikki is in charge. Nikki Lee. And then for us, we do everything. We on set help, like we pulling the alley. Some is the go for the alley is a stunt. We have a pilot ram. The guy can get through the gap, and then come out, and then we start using wire, making the spinning, tip the car, all kind of stuff. And then we also sometimes we drive some anti car, that kind of stuff. I don't remember. It's Lau Kar-Leung maybe.
Oh, so
I'm
he
not
was from
sure, but
Singapore. You didn't have like a local driver or anything?
not really. Well, I mean, like Nikki can drive some. I mean, everyone can do a little bit, but not really many. I forget it. Who will be the main guy? The big stuff, if I remember, Bruce Law. Yeah. Sometimes he helped for sure. Some movie before me, and then he helped, and then after me. But then mostly is Nikki take care of those car stuff. Yeah, and then but we are just the stunt team. We helping everything. Corey, wire, mostly. I mean, there's a lot of wire work. We pulling the car and yeah, those stuff.
So I guess Singgaban had done a lot of car stunts in the past as it was, right? There was a lot of experience in the group. Was that where you learned how to do car stunts?
No, I mean, I never really like do car stunt. I do car stunt is good car hit. You don't need to learn that. You learn how to hit. And then when I really like try to learn car stunt, I start when I come to America. When I do, I think it's when I do martial law. That moment, I went to take the class with Rick Seaman. So then I take the week 1 week class and to try and learn. I mean, before that, just simple thing. Slide the car. Skip a little bit there, but not crazy. And then I never really like get into do real car stuff. I think in movie I did maybe less than 10 really like driving really call a car stunt. Mostly I mean it was driving for Andy or something. But remember who am I? We have a desert. In the desert, bunch, car, the Mercedes, the Mitsubishi, the Jeep, and then the truck, and then we have the convoy, right? The whole thing about the desert racer. So we all driving, we all pick a car and then all driving, and then the helicopter chase us and doing all kinds of stuff. But I mean, that's that kind of stuff, but not like very position driving, like hitting a mark and camera and somebody. Those are not really my specialty. I like I said, I consider I would only driving around the stunt, but not get into that. Those is have to somebody really like everyday job doing that. If you just jump on for one gap and something, sometimes it's way too dangerous for doing that. And then I did remember when in Mission Night Sky, we have that same thing. That for sure, we have a local people. Is a local stunt guy from Australia, and then he's when I remember the accident, they said, oh, he's the best stunt driver, so we're using him. And then that accident is a Sammo. We just rehearsal, put the camera, so he look at the camera, he focus on the shot and say, oh, the car coming down the road or something. And then suppose it stop in front of the camera or some, but then they're very slow. Like I would talk about like maybe 5 miles, not even fast in 5 miles. It coming slow, just put the position, and somehow the stunt driver cannot stop the car. So the cars keep coming. So all the assistant and the camera assistant next to Sam just focus on so he focused on the camera. He look at it. So he don't know the car is coming at him, in the way. because he's looking everywhere. He's not really focused on the car. He's just trying to looking the shot and coming. And then we're like, oh, this is like 5 miles, so slow, and then should be stopped. They don't stop. And then the camera assistant pulls them off. But then another person is still picture. He taking a picture for Sammo, but he don't see the car. And then the car just went into him and impact him into, because behind him is some kind of pole or something. So he got jammed into it and then just broke his leg. Yeah. And then we, so like that, the example is like whatever everyone can say, oh, this is the best driver. Sometimes you have no clue. We thought he's the best driver, but then he broke someone in the neck. And then he said his handbrake is broken or whatever. But he don't horn, he don't yow, we just slowly we look at the car like, what happened? Well, boom, just hit somebody. That kind of so that's just my experience. Like you're not, you cannot really like believe, the best driver. But we always see that, I did the stunt, when the stunt driver do a 180 hit me, and then he take the mark every time perfectly in the what we want. But then when I stand on it and it's just miss the mark badly, it almost killed me. But that, yeah. So I see there's a really good stunt driver, really good, but they have to be working like consider like daily, like fighting, just like fighting. You have to fight and you have a good rhythm, good reaction. When the car, if you just randomly as a stunt driver, that kind of very dangerous. Yeah, very, very.
So
I consider myself is not a safe stunt driver.
yeah, so I guess it makes a lot of sense why Jackie uses his trusted men when it comes to a stunt team, not just drivers, but also fighters. You found your way onto that trusted team. What do you have to do to gain his trust?
Gain his trust. I think there's all depend on him. When he feel you. I mean, like he's very quick. You throw one two punch, rehearsal, walk through it. He already know you will stay on the fight or you will just he's very smart. So when he feel not he won't just say he will keep and then Cheng. So just tell somebody to go change it, and then you're gonna double somebody. So if he just swapped it, but he won't say anything to you. He won't like hurting your feeling like, oh, you're bad or something. But he just feel comfortable, then he will put you stay, and then you don't feel comfortable, he just swap you. But it's not bad common, common like, oh, I mean, he pretty good with those, but he just need to get him trust is like I said, when I start, or Brad Allen, when he see it, he said, oh, this is good, so stick on, and then when he trusts you, then you can make mistake, you hit him sometime, but he won't mind. But then that's why I'm saying, I think to qualify is by him. When he feel comfortable, you qualify with it, so that thing, it's not like, it's not even the skill, it's just all he confident, if he feel comfortable, you are on. If you don't feel comfortable, every time you come on the spot and they swap you.
So you were doing Who Am I on the rooftop in Holland. Can you talk about the process for shooting that fight? It's a long fight, it's a famous fight, and there's a famous behind the scenes as well, where you're showing, Ron how to do the choreography, Brad Allen doubling him. Yeah, can you talk about that experience?
We both doubling him. We swapped and we doubling. I mean, like Brad did the first approaching kick, the triple double kick, and then swap. And the reason is, that's his first movie. His first movie. We find him in local, and then you see how flexible he is, right? So the main thing we want that is almost like the Jumping Master 2, like Ken Lo. Right, we want to, put his foot up there, and he's a super nice guy, super nice, very talented. still in the business. Recently, he still text me and hey, we want to work together. So I mean, it's like earlier I said, it's not about his skill. It's skill wise, he's really good. He have good kicking, good, but the rhythm, and then the trust. Like I said, I think the first move he get into is already too good. I think he have too good maybe the control. Like I can be 1 inch in front of your face, but that is a little scary for Jackie. And then from that on, like I said, you break the trust, and he just keeps swap there. And then we're doing a step and try to get in the speed with the you see my doing the taekwondo switch with you don't get that, because maybe his size, maybe it's too tall and too big, and it doesn't have that speed. And then the rhythm, like sometimes it gets so close because he got a long leg. His distance is sometimes too close, sometimes too far. I mean, there's this experience for him. I think that's okay. I mean, everyone, if you knew when you fighting with the superstar like Jackie, you gotta be, have that kind of, edgy feel, like panicking, and then especially when he start getting, mad or start getting like, what's it called, frustration. You see his face, then you already like panicking. I think that is why he at the end you see from behind the scene you see everything. But like I said, my personal say, it's unfortunately he won't take into the first kick maybe too cold, so maybe the first punch is too cold, and then that caused the whole thing. But the fight is it's a long process. I don't even remember how many weeks we on the rooftop, and then we do the fight, we do the stun, the slide, and it's a big long process. It's really, but it's one of the best one. I think it definitely is one of the best one.
So you said it took weeks to do that fight.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
Plus all the stunts, obviously, there's a lot going on that scene. But do you think you're up there for a month?
No, not a month, but it gotta be more than a week. Yeah, I still remember the whole rooftop. It's like so long. It's like gotta be more than a week for that fight. Because we have many parts. The part on the rooftop, and then you see the behind the scene, the fake leg thing, also and then we also fight down to the another art at the bottom, and then playing out the end beat with the it's a really it's too long, but more than a week for sure. And then plus the stun and everything, it's a big deal.
I think it's something that people should understand too when they're watching the behind the scenes, which was in Jackie Chan My Stunts, where you see the behind the scenes, is that people get doubled all the time in Hong Kong movies. The Asian guy was doubled all the time also in that scene. And also Ron has a lot of great shots where it's clearly he's not being doubled. So he obviously did his job very well. And I think that it's fair to kind of give a counterbalance to how he was portrayed in that. And like you said, he works to this day, so it's good that he's still doing really well as a stuntman.
Yeah, definitely.
Doubling is it's just a fact of life in Hong Kong films, right?
Yeah, it's not just him. Everyone. Like you say, like Australia, like in Australia, you see all the fight. I mean, like beside Brad and Paul, I think everyone almost has been double. Everyone, doesn't matter who, and it's all been double. So there's a so normal procedure in Jackie Chan stunt team.
What do you think it is in people like Brad, who's passed, and Paul? What kind of skills do you think are needed to be at their level?
To be their level.
Yes.
I think first thing I think is all love. They love Hong Kong action. They really like passion with the filmmaking, and then I mean, like they're very passionate as a stuntman. When we start working together, they are like full on. If you say 100%, they are 120%. They're over there. So they will on time, training, practicing, thinking. I mean, because we are mostly, the stunt team is Hong Kong, right? All Chinese, but they are, we try the communication, they try everything, and they offside, they both will thinking, and then sometimes, because when we're working, we're all talking Cantonese,
Yeah.
so sometimes they cannot jam in, they cannot, but they will on the sidebar, and then sometimes will pull me and hey, they will show something, and then we'll maybe that's the idea. So that's how much they loved it. They even know they cannot really like communication too well, but they are trying, and then you can see, like especially Paul will be a little shy, so Paul mainly his role is beside stunt, and he's trained Jackie. He's trained Jackie almost every day, boxing and physical and cardio. So Paul is mainly take care of boss, and then Brad is running around everything, and he worked really hard, he's thinking. He's the smart dude. He learned a lot, and then he's very very creative, and yeah, I mean that's that. If you want to be their level, you got to love Hong Kong action. You got to love what you do, and they don't mind to hit the ground. They like I said, they do everything. There's no campaign. There's no objection. They just do it. They never no. Oh, if this is what we want, they do it, and then they full on. They put everything on it, and then personal skill. They both really great skill. They like I said, they train very hard. Especially Brad. Brad is the most talent in the team. I can say the most talent in the team. He have everything: acrobatic, tumbling, kicking, wushu, boxing, like Western, Eastern, everything. He have. So yeah, 100% is for me. Put him as number one. I will put him number two. I don't think anyone can be number one. As a personal skill. Very, very, very impressed.
Did you stay in touch with Brad much when he came to the States and blew up here?
Yeah, I mean, not a lot, because since I left, I stayed in America, and then he few years after 2-3 years, and then he left in the same thing, and then we both like individually we worked separate, and then when he do Chinese Zodiac, and then he do second unit for it, right? And then I said I miss you guys, for a long time, and then he hired me as an assistant for him. Like he's the second unit director, but I'm an assistant, but not on the stunt team side. It's just assistant for him, so he can bring me to Navia to do the skydiving. Remember so I as a assistant for him, as a director assistant, so they can find me there. So I just with him, and then I can see Taekwondo. I can work with them, help them, and then on set I become like a first AD. I calling camera. Okay, roll camera. this that. So we have fun. That is how we connect back then. After that, then he did call me for Kingsman, but then that moment I'm busy for. I forgot it. Oh, I got another opportunity in China to directing, so I passed for the Kingsman. I mean that's a choice, that's how. And then right after Kingsman, then he did, and then the next one is Shang-Chi. So we have connection. We always contact, but always timing. When you on, it's never be perfectly. Oh, I can jump on it. So timing, but we're really good brothers. We love each other, and I still remember the last phone call with him is when I'm in Hungary. I'm doing Nights of Zodiac, and the last phone call with him is he's in LA, and he told me, "Oh, I just sold my house, and make some money and very good. And then we're supposed to have the meeting together, meet the producer and actor in LA. But then he's very he's I'm here waiting for me to come back. Then we go together. But then before I come back, then he passed away. So yeah, very very. I mean, the relationship between us is really good. You know, I mean, I'm very happy. You know, I'm very proud of him. You know, all he does. You know, it's amazing. When I saw him in London when he's doing Star Wars Han Solo. So we met with his family, the two daughters, and I said, "Wow, you were doing Star Wars? What the hell?" You know, like you know, as a stuntman, you suddenly become a second unit director for Star Wars. You know, it's like you cannot dream about that, right? So and then he told me, you know, oh yeah, we rehearsal, we shooting rehearsal previous, we're using real camera. I said, what? Oh yeah, we have lighting, we have crew using, you know, lenses, you know, like they're using all real film, the film camera have lighting for previous. I said, wow, what kind of budget you guys have? So I said, wow, I said, this is how you the next level, you know. It's not like, oh, I'm shooting, you know, previously with the iPhone. So I think after we did Shang-Chi, we're getting really good, you know, we talk and then we have a plan, work together, have a plan to do something, have a action design. I try to, you know, team up with him, but before it happened. So
yeah. A lot of us a lot of us in America were watching Brad very closely, and I think a lot of us were very inspired by what he had done, not just because he's a white guy. That really had nothing to do with it. It's the fact that you have, it was always the same with Cynthia Rothrock, Bobby Samuels, or anybody who could go from somewhere else into the Jackie Chan stunt team or into Hong Kong cinema in general and work within that and sort of master it almost overnight, it seems. You know, how much of that do you think is training, attitude? Because you did talk about, you know, it's the passion, right? But then sometimes people are very passionate and they just can't physically do it. You know, is it a certain kind of training that you would recommend for people who want to be able to do this kind of action style?
I think if you training, right, you have passion and training and I mean opportunity. I think, you know, most people, how I would say this, you know, when you get the opportunity to like back then, right? Now is, I don't think you know anyone will have that much opportunity. You know, before, you know, those strong, you know, the top of the team like Sammo, you know, Hong Gaban, Sing Gaban, or Yuen Gaban. I mean, like all the top of the legend, pretty much everyone almost retired, almost like, right. So for newcomer to try to get those opportunities, pretty much is no chance, right? So now, if the newcomer to do, you know, we're gonna be what would you, you know, like you love, you know, you have the style, you know, you like that, and then maybe some 8711. There's some of them, but they all, I would say, they're all just the new generation Hong Kong style, but not the original way. So either you salute to it, you mimic to it, or you are copy on it. You never will get that opportunity to do the, you know, the organic one, right? The old time when we going, like I said, we're going on set, we never know what we're doing on set and come up the idea and shoot. It never happen nowadays. So for newcomer to get that experience, I think right now it's only thing you can do is you, like I earlier said, you go back to, if I backtrack to like Brad and Paul, that's exactly how they become Jackie Chan stunt team. When they show us the DVD, they copy exactly what Hong Kong stunt I still remember what stunt they done. Paul did the stair fall, like police story. Remember the escalator? Paul does the same thing. Concrete stair fall, big stair fall. And then Brad did the stunt is the one in the street and baseball bat hit, and he do a bat flip, land on the bat. So one and one quarter land on the bat in one shot. One lane and then boom, boom, concrete. So these two stunts I still remember in their DVD. And that's how it was. Wow, these two boys like amazing. They hit the ground like hit the tumbling pad. Hit like they, and you don't even see them have a lot of pad. You just see them like, I think even Brad doing that is like t-shirt like me, and then he had no pad in the elbow or anything, and he do the bat one quarter land on the concrete, and then I said, oh, so that's how they get catch our eye. And then we'll earlier I remember I told you we fight for the local say no, you don't hire them, they are not the union. And then lucky Jackie like, no, they both in my stunt team. So that opportunity in life, the DVD, the stunt they does, when that moment for sure they do it for nothing, just kind of like the YouTube video. So they put 200% into that and catch our eye. And he lucky, find Jackie, and Jackie said, I don't care, the local, they are my stunt team now. So how they get just that? So I mean that they're not because in front of us they do that. They're not in front of us, they already did that. So in the up and coming newcomer, you just need full on every moment. Every moment when you're training, you full on. When you do rehearsal, when you full on, and somebody will catching, and somebody will say, "Hey, I see this guy," and then somebody, from the word of mouth, people would talk to people. Oh, I see this new talent. But I think that will be, if you want to be that kind of stuntman, the really grounded, powdered Hong Kong stuntman, then you're a lot more live, a lot more training. You sold it, then the people know. But it's like someone may say, "Oh, when I do it, I can do it. You put the camera, I do it." Yeah. But then possible you'll never see the chance to put the camera on you, because you're not showing before nobody know you can do it. If you use normally does that, then they know this guy can deliver. So I think that would be my suggestion. Besides your training, you gotta have a ball. Your ball is this big or this big. If you got a big ball, then your reputation is right there. Your ball is like, oh, let me try a few times, blah blah blah. Then your ball this big, then you that is my suggestion is that you have to have a ball as the top stuntman. Like we always like go. I mean, like even when my time, it's an old time, a long time ago. We always, just put ourselves like, okay, I don't know what we're doing, but I'm gonna do it. I know I'm gonna do a car hit. Did you ask me? Did I learn the car hit? No, but you drive the car, I'm stand there, I'm just take the hit. Or something. Can you jump this? Do that? Can you hit this? Do that? Yeah, we'll do it. So those is the reputation you get into somewhere. And then opportunity, like you don't have that many. Sometimes you only have one, and then that one can carry you to somewhere or it carry you to nowhere. So yeah, my thing, I think the passion is about your love, if people can see.
Yeah, Brad's passion definitely carried him from Who Am I to like a co-starring role and Gorgeous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's that. How amazing that too. You talk about Gorgeous, and Brad. As a brother, I said, wow, this is a great opportunity. I wish in my life I have a chance to fight with Dago or Jackie. But it's not everyone can have it. It doesn't matter you have talent or not. It's sometimes the role, sometimes the timing, sometimes, and that is a great for Brad, and then in other was so jealous. Oh shit, I can do it. I would love to do it. So everyone will see that. And he did an amazing job. I think after I left, I stayed in America. That fight scene, I like it. I think that's one of the best fight scenes.
Yeah.
After Who Am I, and that would be one of the best fight scenes, especially the performer. You see they both themselves. It's like really really cool.
Yeah. Going back to Who Am I, was it kind of like Mr. Nice Guy, where Jackie would show up and not do anything and plan out the entire scene beforehand, or was it a different process this time?
No, same process. The process is the same. But in Who Am I? Well, yeah, well, it's the same process. In as the same thing. We always do the first pass. As a team, we always go there, and then we will see location and with him, and then he would say something. How about this? Maybe this, maybe that. So we after all the maybe, and then we start put together, and then he would look at what we put, and then he would start another input. This, and then go again, and then when we start shooting, then another new process. Oh, so I feel this, I feel that, and then he would changing it. But and then so we would do on the spot. It's very it's all organic. Everything you see, no plan, right? Like remember Nikki swing the leg. We make it there at that moment. Oh, we need a leg. Oh, okay. Cardboard, and then we make a leg, and then it's not even have a prop ready. We're ready. Whatever we're ready, we're ready. So we make that, and that's you can see how we're doing on the fly, and everything at that moment. And but that's how the Hong Kong style will, that's what I still love. I feel it's so organic and so surprising, but there's always after that when you go back to watching, it's like wow, it's so cool. But if you have sometimes the preparation, when you're prepping, when you're previous, you see a million time already. When you see the product, it almost like you never have that surprise excitement because you already like I saw that many times. I cut it away and like when you see the final product, yes, everything's much better, but then nothing surprises you. I don't know if people agree that, but this is what we
look. I totally agree, and I talk about this all the time. I call it a Persian rug fight, where when you previs a fight scene, people just kind of stand there and do choreo, and then you take that choreography and you put it in a location, and it doesn't feel like it belongs in that location because you've worked it in a gym for weeks on end, and now you put it on the rooftop, and it doesn't feel like it's on a rooftop anymore. Whereas the beauty of the Who Am I fight is it feels like it's on a rooftop. The fighting feels like it happened there because it did. How else are you supposed to simulate that? Can you do that in a gym?
No, I mean, like you see the one now today, they boxing, right? In the gym, they put the box and they map the ground and something to try to map thing. Oh, there's a table here, they mapping and they pay something. I mean, they're trying to similar, but the real organic is like what you write. No matter how you try to mimic that and try to mapping that and try to get into that, it's still different. And then when sometimes they put the table is a fake, is a box, so you will never think, okay, I want to roll over the box. You don't think that way because of the box. But when there's a concrete table or something, the real table, you suddenly maybe will flip over it and it hit this bounce back. So you will that ideally because they're organic, you're in the location, and like the whole rooftop fight, right? We on the rooftop every day, early morning call time with there, and everything. We don't have one day at the gym. We never even half hour at the gym. We're always there. We never rehearsal the fight scene in somewhere. The Who Am I, the Mr. Nice Guy in the concrete, the set we say we sleep 2.5 days, same place. We're there. We look at all the environment. We look at all the props. We look at all the possibility. because we're there. If you're at the gym, it's just imagination, and you try to fit into, oh, let's create something there, but that's enough from there. You just put it there. So it's a big difference, that's why I love that style, with from Big Boss, with Jackie. All I learned, that two movies is to changing my perspective, as the choreography, as the stuntman, go back to the rooftop fight. If you go back to see one of the fight, he fight with Wong, and Jackie do the fight beat, and then with camera behind him, he fight and then he run away. In the middle of the shooting, I think we shoot like maybe 4 or 5 take, and then he said, "No, something wrong." So this is from Jackie. I still never forget at that moment. He said, "Oh, something wrong with it." So he does the fight and he won, and then there's a missing something. So he middle of the fight, I'm him, 5 you are the camera, 5 and he run. I said, "No, this feels weird." So he do something, and suddenly he tell runs in front of me, right? I fight him, and then he do one like this and do the miss hit in front of the camera, and then he won. If you go back to see one of the fight, that is how he fill up the filming, how he fill up everything. He don't have a dead spot, and then there's already a few take, and suddenly I want to add this something. I'm changing my hand, and then I add this back feet or something, and right into the lens, and then it's so cool. And then the funny thing is, you are shooting in the middle, many take, but his head is not doing that. His head is thinking about the framing. He's thinking about that's how good Jackie Chan is. His head doing thing, but he's thinking the editing. He's thinking about the frame. He already in this side he's doing, but he's mirror himself into he looking the lens and then looking the thing, and then this is some bad spot, no good, and then his middle, and then he just add on it, and then come out like wow.
I have a question about this. So Jackie likes to leave the camera in its place and fill the frame. Sammo Hung seems to like to cut more.
I think it's not that he want to cut more, but he's more dynamic. If you go back to see, he will the cutting points. He want to be much more dynamic, much more powerful.
So why do you think Jackie likes having the camera just sit there? Most of his shots are just on a tripod.
Mm-hmm. Why? Because he can do it. Because he can do it. That's why. And that's why he first of all, he want everyone to see everything's no trick, no camera trick, no editing, no help, all physical, capable, and then performing. And also, like I said, he's shooting, he's performing at the same time he creating. So who can? If the actor doing that, but say you doing that, I tell you, you do the fight, even you choreo the fight, you go to shoot it. You choreo already, you do your 1, 2, 3 move. Are you gonna when I shooting you do 1, 2, 3? Are you gonna be middle and then you say, oh, I got 6? You won't. You will just do your 1, 2, 3. He is the one who's doing 1, 2, 3, but he's thinking maybe I can put 6 on it. Maybe I put 9 on it. So other actors, like I said, if we schedule we rehearsal when we show them, they just follow what you do, but they will never have a processing creative at the same time. Mm. And they first of all they don't have the that creative freedom. Jackie have it because he's a performer, he's a director, he's the not too much move, and then he can see himself and he knowing, oh, I see the spot no good. Keep one more stunt guy one in front of the camera so I can do one more, fill up the gap. He will have, okay, now, you know what I'm saying? And I want to move a little bit the angle so I can see this guy falling at the same time I have another guy coming. This is how great he is. But if you jerking around, then you don't see that because the plan is like you're using the movement to hide something, right? Or you edit. So I think that's how great he is because he know he can do exactly fill up all the empty spot and then timing, and he make everything come up approaching is like perfectly like wow. If I do the camera doing that, then you don't see that Corey is so impressed because the camera doing that or editing doing that. But then in other ways, like you go back to more editing. That is because the timing. Sometimes if you're not moving the camera, so mean your timing, the people coming reaction and timing gotta be perfect. If not, then you feel, oh, I'm waiting for somebody coming. I'm waiting, and then so that you if you want a good take, you ping bum and then try to see all the timing, and then if we go back to early 80s, they don't even have payback. They shoot, cameraman shoot. Nobody knows. There's only the camera and see it. So he is the one in front of the camera, and he knowing what he's seeing. That's what I'm saying. The who am I when you go back to see that fight, you see one, you see that is he can see it. He's not looking at the monitor. We are looking at the monitor at that moment, but he is the one say, I'm missing something. I need that gap. We don't even know. We all know. Oh, whoa, like that good. So it's very hard to find another person, and in the future, you will never really have a person can do the camera not moving, but the frame is so rich. I doubt it. Somebody can do that.
What's interesting about that is that martial arts comes at a much lower priority than it seems like composition for him is the most important thing. And then if you have to make up a move that doesn't make sense as a martial art move, but if it looks good on camera, he prefers that. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. If you say the martial art and then the move, he's much more. I think is if you say he's much more a cinematic guy. It's all he about is what you see. He don't care the style. You never see him really put. Honestly, you never. What's Jackie Chan style? Nobody can. What's style? I don't know. He's just everything. What good for the camera? What good for the filming? What good for the scene? That is the style. He don't like I mean, like example, some will be okay. We do jujutsu, so everything jujutsu, Hong Chuan, everything Hong Chuan. So they boxing it into it. He is different. So I mean that's how we learn. From him. If you see Jackie Chan stunt team, everyone, now even the individual, you can see. You tell me what Brad Aaron style, what any chance of what Nicky Lee style. You don't find we never stick on one and then do everything. The whole movie is one tone. We don't do that, right? So I think that's what we learn from the master. The environment is our style. This is the environment, the location is our style.
So that makes me think of in the My Stunts, he has a gym where he preps action. How much action is actually prepped there? And were you guys there a lot when you were doing these films?
You want to tell you the truth?
Absolutely.
For sure. That's a studio set. That's not a dream we don't have. Like that's a set. That's a movie set. That's a My Stunt movie set. It's like, yeah, this is that moment I did the prepping for the My Stunt. So you see me some, but you don't see me in the whole thing because I already in America doing. I think I'm doing martial law that moment. I think I am when they shooting. I left because Danny Tom borrowed me from Jackie. I remember, and when it's a Jackie birthday after we do Rush Hour, and then Stanley have to do the pilot and then borrow me from Jackie. In the birthday, he asked, "Hey, Dago, can I borrow Andy to do the pilot?" So I went to do the pilot for the martial law. But then before to finish the pilot, we haven't even finished the pilot. We got picked up. And then they asked me, and then Stanley asked me to stay, and then I stay. Then wow, then become 8 months or 10 months. The whole season, 22 episodes, and then I stay because besides to do choreography and then also a double Sammo. So that's why I stay. And then that part, that one little borrow for 2 week or 3 week pilot become almost a year. So I missed my stunt. And then I did the location, all the stuff, But then, it's the gym is a movie set, kind of. But they set it up for it's a good good demonstration. Give a lot of people a lot of information. How to pull wire, how you do reaction. So you enjoy that, right?
Yeah, I think part of me was confused. When I was watching it, I thought, does Jackie really practice here? Does he really come up with action here? Because the way that we thought it worked was we go to the location and do the action. So it never quite made sense to me.
So now I break the secret. I like I said, we train together. Mr. Nice Guy, Who Am I, Rush Hour. We always train together. We're running together. He likes running. We like jogging. So we will, few teammates with Jackie. We go out running in Africa. Wow, we're running, and in Africa, there's so much fun when we do Who Am I in Africa. I remember we run in the street. Bunch of street kids follow us. Like end up we running like maybe 40 kids behind us running in the desert world. So much fun. I mean, the best part with Daigou with the strong stunt team. If I'm in my time, the best strong stunt team and family feeling very, very strong is Who Am I. I mean, Who Am I is one of the best moment with the whole team. We have Nikki, we have Sam Wong, and so they are the two is a senior, and then me and Munching and a bunch of Paul and Alan. Strong team, very strong family, very tight. That moment before we come to do Rush Hour. So we don't know our future will be so bright and everything. We just the Hong Kong production. And then that's how that's my second and movie with Brad and Paul. And that moment we really tight like this. We live the same room. I always with Daigou in the same room. Same one apartment in a different room. We eat together, we train together, we work together. And then we're running, training, boxing. Like I said, we train a lot of boxing. If you go, we have some behind the scenes stuff. I don't know, it's like everywhere, but we're training almost every day. Either we training fight, and then next day we'll be weight training. It's amazing time. Who Am I is one of the best. And then Rush Hour is pretty cool, but Rush Hour we only have 3 person. We come with the team only 3.
I have one more question about Who Am I, and it's a business question. It's 2 parts. First of all, how many of the stunts were in the script and planned? And the second part is when Jackie and the team, when you guys are coming up with some of these really dangerous stunts on that rooftop, do you guys get pushback from the production company? And how do you guys resolve that stuff?
I don't remember. I don't think it's in the script at all. We don't have script, What script, Okay, this is the process, right? We have a script, I mean, the storyline, everything we know, he's chased by something and try to get the dish, whatever in the rooftop. He get in, he steal the information and whatever. Those is the storyline, it's just basically. But then we don't read action. There's no action. If I remember, we go to the set. We just like location scouting. We go to the set and then he start. Maybe this line, maybe this. Okay, all them maybe. I mean, even that they already know the building we want to do this line. That's very early. So if that's possible, would be in the script. But beside that, the fight and how he jumped, how he went into the, hiding in the ceiling, remember he hiding in the ceiling and then how he get into the building, how he get out. Not, all the have to be there, and then we can do this, and then the ceiling, remember one is he hit and then hiding the ceiling, and the ceiling like something close it. That's fake. We make this thing, so we wire this thing, like he go on and then cut and close it. So all those is you have the on set, and this we have this, and we do this, and we create the cotton so he can hide. Then now not in the script, nothing on the script. And then the fight, the rooftop fight, it totally not in the script. And the henchman, all those henchmen, all the fight when we're there, and then see, this is good, Young, you're good. And then Won, okay, put two guys there. I fight two guys. And then the earring, right? And okay. He already planned, okay, I think the earring thing, because he see his son in America have a earring, is like, why you wear earring? So he put the ring, and then he want to twist it, and then like put the ring, and then when you fight people, just pull your ear off. So that's he put it for to like kind of like to tell his son, don't put the earring like that, something, like, and that's all. Like I said, they're all created. Like, but he planned. He's like, set it up. When I do the fight, I think about how I want to do that. Set it up. This guy have a tire, and then I'm good. And then when he see the wind, we don't know that the rooftop have the the air conditioner tunnel. Have the hot wind come up. So we walk. This is like Marilyn Monroe the dress, right? And then, okay, maybe the tie, and then pull the tie, and then other guy like take off the tie. Remember? That's all not in it. That's all like, they have the wind there. Let's do this. All creative.
But what about the big stunts? Is he able to come up with really big stunts on location? Is there difficulty like with the insurance, with the production company?
We did, okay. That's a big stunt. Then if you go back to say another big stunt, the barrel down. Those are all creative. How we jump over barrel, and then all we do on set, and how I do this, how we do that, and then Sam say, there's a bucket, and then sweep it, and then swing into it, and then jump over, and then yo down. All on set creative. Insurance. What insurance? We don't like in Hong Kong style. We there's no weapons. No any insurance represent on set. No.
I guess that makes it easier.
That's much easier. Do whatever we want. It's like the rush hour. Remember I told you that I did that, right? The rush hour I fall into the water. We don't rehearse. So we said, let's do. Last night we do one person. Okay, the one person that moment is to plan for it, and then the two person is just on set. I say, we want to do that. We want to fall into water, but we already have one person. Then okay, then we do two person. We call it happening, and then same thing here. The big stunt, when we see some opportunity to do it, and then we just do
it. I hate to say this, but it seems like insurance might be restricting stunt creativity in America. I don't like saying it, but
you kind of that's why the eastern side and the western side are different. Here is more guarantee, right? Like try to be guaranteed, like safety, prepping on time, schedule. Everything look like a plan, and everything have to be planned. And then in the our side, everything to no plan, but that's the plan. And we make it. And here, sounds like have a plan, have everything, but it's never perfect. It's still somebody die on set. You barely hear anyone die in Hong Kong. What? I tell you that. If you think about stunt, you think this is a prepping, and sometimes it's just not what you're thinking. You're prepping could be guaranteed. It's no guarantee. It's still same. For me, I see both sides. I feel here is much more safe. Yeah, it sounds like much more safe, but here the stunt is different than whoa. We do stunt look like a really wow. There's no plan. They're crazy, but our crazy is mostly just hurt. but not dying. Here, all good prep, prepping, airbag, blah, 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 safety, practicing many times, and miss it, boom, die. So if you imagine there's a big difference between both sides, but to guarantee it, I would say there's never guarantees. There's still a lot of accident here there, but depend on the accident. Our side, I mean, I go back to the Hong Kong side. I only know maybe one parallel, when one die. That's all. There's so many here. Or two die, and another die is an accident, something flying into the guy the head and something like that. But there's nothing about the stunt. This is an accident, So, but the on set, the doing stunt and dying parallel, only two cases really make into the news. But here, I don't know how many cases I can remember. But I know the airbag missing. I know car turnover, whatever something. So always something. So we look like a danger, but not really that bad.
I'm just going to leave it at that, Andy, because that's a great way to transition into America now, because you start working on martial law. Was martial law a very American type of set where everything was very safe and planned out?
Martial law, yeah. Yeah. So if we say from that Hong Kong, when I go up to after rush hour, because rush hour don't even have the same thing. Rush hour no what's it called, previous, no, we do on set. Martial law is the first one we bring into America, have that moment have the mini camera shooting and editing with the previous. That's the first one in the project I can remember, and that's it before. I think American don't have two, so we kind of we bring into something and people start, and then that is from Alan's seat. Alan, and then Alan bring the camera, because Alan using Adobe and doing that. That is the first one I in my thing remember is will be the first transaction with the previous in the American start, and then after that everyone start doing similar, and then the getting bigger and bigger, and then that's the first step is the real very basic, basic sign effect, basic. There's no after effect, and then the second step would be Brad Allen, and then start putting after effect. I remember he showed me the first one and do a tomahawk, folding the tomahawk, and then CG tomahawk. I think it's a kick-ass or whatever, something, I forget it, is a Hellboy or something. He showed me, oh wow, it's you using CG. We using fake one, I using, I do this, and then there's a bullet hit, and then we fold the bullet. That's how I do it when I do run down, and everything, and there are people that folding bullet, whatever. That would be the second I can remember. Brad is really advanced, and when he started using CG blood, CG after effect, and that from that on, then the whole Hollywood, everyone does that, So I don't know, we are the first one, but then for sure we're not the last one. We'll be really early, and everyone starts.
And when you were doing the previs, was that so that not just so that you knew the choreography, but also the camera, the edit, all of it?
Yeah, we do all the camera editing, angle, editing. Yeah, pretty much it start from there. I can see everyone accept that. I did that with martial law, then I stay here, and then I do YY West, I do the reshoot. So I do it using the same thing. I still remember, JJ is one of the guy fighting. Chat is the wire hand pull. Oh, this is, yeah. I did the wire, and then I shot all the thing with the Will Smith, all that. And that's kind of for stuff on martial law. I try to stay here. Right, that moment I still working research, and then I try to stay here. I got the YY West job. I doing that. And then from that on, like I said, I seeing everyone does previous. Everyone start using the same kind of idea. And then I did the Scorpion King. Scorpion King, I don't remember I have previous, maybe a little bit, but then we have previous. And then from Scorpion King to Rundown and then big production, everyone just like this. Then that become the regular procedure.
Why not on Rush Hour then?
We have a very small team. We only 3 people: Nikki, me, and Cheng. And Nikki is not like Alan is more like a tech side. When I work with Alan, and then when we do martial law, I start seeing, oh, he's cool, and then he like to do that, and then that's great. We'll just stick on it, and then we start having camera to doing, and then because we have more freedom than in martial law. When we went to first martial hour, we are really, really struggling. And then until big fight, I think we did talk about that. When the pool fight, that's the first time Jackie stepped out. Like, I cannot let you guys keep doing this. It's going to be another cannibal one or another, big boss. It will be messy. So he stepped out. Kind of like a leader, not fight, but say, I want to let me in charge. Let me do this fight. If not, this is not going to be a fight. And then talk to DP, let us lighting, let us not like lighting, let us put the camera you like, but stop your American style. Let's do the Hong Kong style. That's how we're changing. That's why we don't have any, we have a, Terry Leonard, as a stunt coordinator. We don't have, but we don't have those freedom until that scene. After that, then we step up. But then we same thing. We all on set. So you see behind the scene in the Chinese restaurant, the fight scene. That what you see is really exciting. It's not fake. It's all real happening. Hey, and then and then everyone should it, because that's what happening there is just happening that moment. Not plan, no nothing. Just start everything.
Were you guys given the time that you needed to do those fights at that point?
I mean, like we don't. I mean, like let's go back to the whatever time the schedule. With 2 days, we make the fight in 2 days. With 3 days, we make the fight 3 days. We never over it. We just that great, that good. We make it happen. We make it work, and still showing something interesting. But that's what we never request. Okay, oh, you want to do this? Give us 2 days rehearsal. Go to prep and okay. How many? Oh, 3 hours. Okay, and make a thing. So that's just a good thing, because I think from Jackie's side, we tie hand, right, because the insurance, because everything we already like this. So then he show his special. He can sit there 3 days. He don't mind, because he have that power. He can say it in his production. In Russia, we don't have that power. He don't have it, and then you tell me how long, and I make it for you. And then so you see how flexible this is. We don't have. If we hear, oh, I need a week rehearsal. Oh no, you had to be 5 days, not 4 days, and it had to be. Without that, I cannot make it. Right here is like. It's so straight, and okay, we already budget for 5 days. I have 5 days. I don't care, right? In our the organic Hong Kong style, we are flexible. We can do for production. We can do from creative side. We can do either way. So there's a big difference.
And how about Shanghai Noon? Was it the same situation there?
Shanghai Noon, yeah, same style. Go on set, come up idea and do it. Like I tell Yuen Biao, we go location scouting, and then he suddenly see the table. Oh, how about we do something in the table, and then do the kick up, and he just jump up there, and then that's fun, and then to do the bar fight. Everything almost like on set creative. I mean, the bell tower is yeah, and we know, oh, we have the bell tower, we fight to the bell and then falling down. That's all creatively, like total. There's no prep, not really like that much. No, not even storyboard. With no storyboard, no, just go.
Because they trusted your team at that point. Is that why?
Because that moment, I think we success. Then Jackie have his power now. So that, like, I mean, Rush Hour turned into, we put the foot into it and then say, this is what we do, this is how we do, and that's what we're doing. So I think right after that, everybody, knowing they can deliver, they can do, on schedule and whatever then you get. So we never really like, I think that he have a self-control at the same time. So he will make sure we don't upset anyone. We'll still have on the schedule. But so he almost like in his side, he changing a little bit. Like, it's not Hong Kong production. I can do 20 days what I want. So he won't. He just, okay. If this is he follow the rule, but I follow the rule, they have to listen to us. So that's how, and then that's after that. That's how we learn, like we knowing, okay, doing our style, we help you to do what you want. You say you want 2 days, you give me 2 days, I do it, but it had to be mine, not yours. So I think that kind of like how we start from there on, and then just how I work, how Brad work, we all do it similar, very similar.
So when shooting Rush Hour and Shanghai Noon, does the editor then take over and do things that maybe you guys didn't expect? Were there any unfortunate surprises out of that?
They have, yeah, we have that always, but that's why we will send by Jackie, say, okay, and they go to the editing room with them, cut the scene, good the pass for them, and then let them see it. And then even go back to Brett and we say, hey, come to see it. We cut the scene and then look at it, and then we go, oh, how about this, that. So and then also Jackie will show me the rough cut and then put looks. So we does that too. We will go on to how we will go into the editing room to how to put some input on it. So we're not like, we cannot really like control the editing, but we'll put suggestion on it, and that's how that part when we do Shanghai and Rush Hour 2 and then later on, even when I doing my thing, same, we'll shoot it, we'll editing, and every time they, okay, show me your rough cut, and okay, how, maybe not this, maybe that. We like, we're flexible. We don't say, okay, you have to do our way. You have to do it that way. This is what that moment, until when I finally with the Brad Allen, when Brad showed me, oh my God, that's a one frame exactly. Wow, you got power, man. So he's good. So when we did Shang-Chi, I said, wow. This is the previous. We locked up everybody's studio. Everyone proved it. Director, everyone happy. We locked and shoot excellently. Wow, cool. So that come to, I say, well, he's different. He's very, like, he's good. He's stubborn, but he's good. He know what he want, and he don't give them any chance. Nope, I don't want this. Why you should design? What the fuck, he's straight. I say, wow, he that's a little bit different than what we learned from Jackie. We are festival. We are family business. He's like,
he was a full convert.
Yeah, but he does, good job. And at the end, if you want my stuff, then listen to me. You want my stuff, So I think he have his right to do that. He's success. I mean, the people have to, no matter what I want to say here, in the stunt community, people should show more respect for him. He's the one changing a lot. He is the one changing the whole industry. You know, he helped a lot of people, and he give a lot of people idea. You know, how to make action, how to do it. You know, I mean, he invented. I mean, since Kick-Ass and then Kingsman, totally changing everyone. Or the one shot, you know, everyone all the way after that. Now it's the whole world. Oh, the best. Where they come from? Kingsman. Where they come from? Ideally, we'll be changing the idea. So he does his, you know, always is, you know, not say one step, is at least a half step ahead to anyone. And yeah, so I think people should knowing that.
After Shanghai Noon, with Rush Hour 2, the fights are really tight. The fights are really, they look like Jackie Chan fights. It looks like a Hong Kong movie in America. I love that movie. Did your team have even more control on Rush Hour 2 over the action, or was production more on your side?
That's already on our side, and that's already Rush Hour 2 is all totally our style. Totally. I mean, like, we does everything, and then, you know, of course, you know, we have Conrad, and we have Eddie Brown. You know, they coordinate, helping us. You know, we need Carsten, we need Ricker, we need. So they organize it and then decide good stuntman for us. But then on set, on the creative side, choreography, stunt ride, action design, everything we does. So we have, that part 2 is like totally, we don't need to fight anymore. They said, okay, this is the Jackie Chan stunt team, you know, they do it, you know, and then just listen to them and just shoot, you know, just everything. So that's why when you see 2, they don't have behind the scene like that anymore.
Yeah,
like the one, you know, one is the fighting and trying to changing this empathy, changing it, and then try to step in and say, wow, when do action, let the Jackie Chan stunt team, let Jackie they decide, let they put camera, and then the Rush Hour 1 is like evolution. Rush Hour 2, Shanghai Noon is no revolution. So already there, we're establishing. So then we are fully trust, you know, and we deliver.
Who did the stunt where you do the wire wrap around the pole, and how did you guys do that?
It's Sean, I think, if I'm not remembering his name wrong. I think Sean something. We did quick release, you know, so crazy stunt. They practicing 2 days with the sandbag. Fell every time. We broke sandbag, dummy arm all broken, slammed into the pole, and crazy. And then the day before that night shooting, the daytime they still practicing, but they still doesn't work. Crashed in the back, and I remember that's Eddie Brown in charge when they rehearsal, and then we shoot night scene. And we only have that night. We only have one night. Had to do that stunt. Only bought the Hollywood Boulevard, and he come to us, you know, me and Mark, and say, "Oh, hey, we had to do it." But we saw the sandbag, like the arms off. And they say, so what we can do? And I just say, you know, let's do it. And then Mark, like, you know, what we can do, you know, the planning and the sandbag doesn't work. Maybe we work, you know, and there's only one chance done, you know. I think we pull up like maybe 60 to 80 foot, like 80 about. And then we wire, we looping, and then just quick release, and then just free running. Looping. If the momentum not fast enough, we're gonna jump into the pole, then we're big messy. Or the looping to over speed, then we go more than 1.5, and then same thing, we're gonna blim. So it's short, long, either way, bad. So too much, too less, bad. And then they've been practicing with the same bad, too much, too less every time. We're just passenger, you know. What we have, it's only one. We have a ball. You have a ball, you do it. So it's no skill. I mean, to be honest, what skill? You know, we're just hanging in the job and then looping over and then make sure we out like with scale or fun or whatever. And yeah, It's just a ball thing, And then lucky, whatever the test they've been doing is a good example. So we don't do that. So we did the looping and we win the stunt award.
One take.
But oh yeah, that job is one take. To do one more, there's many different way can be really go wrong. Then also, when you looping, you're gonna go back to your wire because the wire if you look into your wire, the wire will guide you to the pole, and it's the same shit. So you cannot cut. So the looping had to be off angle looping. You cannot looping at the same rope. You looping to the same. It's still bad. So there's many ways it can be big messy. And then it's like, who can help you? You imagine this. Quick release, everyone can watching. Nobody can help. Another one I would say is the barrel when I do Who Am I? And all those is people don't know. It can go wrong. The wire can cut you, and you just hang like people hang you. And the second you can say bye-bye. If nobody can help you, you're up there, like 40, 60 feet high. Who can help you? And then those is it's always like feel like a simple, right? All simple, look like you're gonna rehearsal, you're gonna be good. When you go wrong and just one wrong, and it's not like the fighting. You're wrong. I punch you. I got a bad eye, and I lock you out, and you get up like 5 seconds, 10 seconds later. Oh, I got locked out. Right? That it's not that kind of thing. You boom, you are out, and you never get up.
Going on to your more American work, you have a role in U.S. SEALs too. I think that's when I first really took notice of who you were, and then I started following you back to other Singavan project. Yeah. But was working on U.S. SEALs 2 kind of like working on a Hong Kong film?
No. First of all, the USC 2 is thank you, Isaac. Isaac Quarantine. Give me the opportunity directing. And when I go back to back then, I just assistant coordinator, fight choreographer, but not a director. I never really. That's my first movie. Call myself as as the title as a director. So I directing. I have my unit. I have my camera. I have my DP. So full on. Beside before you always just you're not a main boss. You're not an action director. And then especially in Hong Kong, you don't have that. We just a team. You can success, but you never really like Jackie put the camera, shoot this, that. They decided. Even you think you can do it, but you cannot do it. It's not your job. So that for me is a very good opportunity. But I learned that from there on. I said, wow. Right after that, I said, I don't want to be an action direct, coordinate, and performing. I said, wow, so difficult. As difficult is because it's so tired myself physically. And then I remember do the I forget do the spin for to can't get up or whatever, kick up and do that. I see it's not really good. I want to do more, but my tired, and then I'm so tired. So bad, whatever reason. But I'm the coordinator. I call it as a moving on or not moving on. So now you're struggling. I want to be better performing, but my physically I know. And then okay, let's moving on. But you're not satisfied. Sometimes maybe somebody then they don't satisfy you, just keep doing, right? So if you and the both you so kind of I think it's not too good when you can decide it because oh that hurt. I don't want to do we kick right, kick the face and do the thing. I think that after that and wow, it's just physically you thinking about same like I said, you think about camera, you think about the shot, you think about everything. Wow. Then I realized wow, what Jackie Chan does. It's amazing. It's amazing. You can do everything at once. And then from there on, I said, no, I better be careful there. So, but that's a good experience at the same time. I start realize, oh, I love directing. I love those creative aspects. So I have all freedom. Same thing. That's a Hong Kong style. I don't care about what I'm doing. Make sure I have good fight. I have the leading. So we have the cutting point. We know okay how I get up, where I start, and then where I end. So those is and then in between all freedom. I did a little bit previous. I don't even remember I have a previous there, but maybe rehearsal a little bit in the gym. But then we go on set and start creative and shoot. The same thing. You have 3 days, I have 3 days for the scene, and like I balance everything. All you can do. It's a no budget movie. It's not like a high budget. You have one. I think I have one camera or maybe two. I forget. Very small, cool, and it does everything. And it had to be. I want to be very creative, so everyone have a different style. Many different fight, many different thing, and then unfortunately we cannot be a big stunt. We don't have that kind of luxury. We only can do something, but on top of that, so like trying to be creative, trying to be something new for the Western, because that's totally if people I don't think a lot of people see it, but when the people see it, wow, this is totally Hong Kong style. Like every the beat, the fight, and the stunt, it's kind of fun for me. The first one I like have so much control, and wow, I just like a kid in the candy shop. Just everything. Oh, I want to do this. I want to why I will and those local stunt guys, really tough stunt guys, so they give us good reaction. I mean, like timing sometimes is not perfect, but I take it as a first experience as in give myself very good confidence. I know. I can really do it by myself. I can handle it. So and that's just that kind of production I can handle it. And when I go to when I do scorpion, I say wow, it's easy, and I do run down. Wow, I even bigger team, bigger, more day, more camera, more everything. So it's just to build up. It's a good start.
I want to talk about Scorpion King, but the first thing I want to just ask real quick, because it's been a question in the community for a long time. The spin fall, the one where you go up, it's like a butterfly twist, but you spin another half spin to your back, right? We call it a Hong Kong spin. Where did that come from?
Where did it come from? Wow.
I mean, it's called a Hong Kong spin. We assume it came from Hong Kong. And the first time I saw it is in, I don't know, maybe in Young Master when, Jackie Chan does it. But
I think the good one people will remember is the Police Story. Police Story. I think Paco did the one Hong Kong spin and crashed the glass in the mall. So that kind of very clean idea. There's many Hong Kong stunt that does that. And when we start, we all call Sambalok 360. We don't call 540. We call Sambalok. Sambalok means 360. So we just that's what I think. Yeah, I think we call when we say Sambalok, we knowing is the barrel spinning, And then when it come to here, then the Hong Kong spin is, I hear American people say, oh, hey, Hong Kong spin. I say, whoa, and then, Sambalok. And then from that on, we'll just keep calling Hong Kong spin. Hollywood stuntmen say that. Not from Hong Kong people say. Hong Kong people say Sambalok. Yeah, we don't say Hong Kong spin.
Of course. The first time I saw the term Hong Kong spin was it was a Japanese, he had a website called Project J. I don't know where the term came from, but I am curious who did it first.
Wow. Then it would be very hard to say who did it first. If we like that, maybe Young Master. I mean, before Daigo does that, I think that somebody does that. But you can remember, maybe he is the one, and he get up, you see it's him, it's not like cutting pawn. So, but if so who is the first one? Well, I think that we maybe go back to 1960. Maybe that come from opera. Beijing Opera, in the stage and something, and then they put into the movie. I think that's the amplify. I mean, people will see it. I don't think people will recognize this something different. But then when you in the movie, then you can replay. Then this is something like that, But if you see on the opera, then you possibly will not know. Oh, this is something special because of the opera. They, Beijing Opera, they does all the, but they do the keep up, and they do all back four, or they do what's it called, Kaito, whatever they call, and they hitting the bat but they're doing that nicely. You know, they all controlling. You know, in that. But then going to a movie, they know don't control, don't put the hand. You know, all kind of stuff. So and yeah, but who's first one? I give the credit for Jackie Chan.
Hmm.
I mean, you can remember, you know, at the moment. This is 1970, so it got very early. You know, I don't know the earlier than that.
So when you did the Scorpion King, how did you try and bring your style to the American mainstream, your action style?
I mean, Scorpion King is like I do the reshoot on, you know, so they shoot the movie. It's a really crazy story. They shoot the movie. They do the screening testing. Bad, you know, they're not happy, and then the producer Kelvin Misha calling the Hollywood, hey, did anyone can do good action? And then he called Brett Ratner, the director from Rush Hour. So Brett said, hey, I know, um, Andy Chan moved to America, so he know. And then I just moved to America, like maybe 1 or 2 years. So he put my name on it. So I go to do the interview, and then they fast forward all the fight scene. I remember all the producer fast forward, and then I'm watching, and then I say, oh wow, that's cool, you know. So and I say, can I have suggestions? So they say, what do you think? And I say, oh. So my first suggestion is I say, okay, that the scene Kelly who got captured and the Rock saved her and cut the rope for her, release her. And I say, oh, I think Kelly should have a close up to look at him like, wow, my hero. And then he looked at like I talk about the acting part. I say they're missing a shot there. So the producer like, what the hell? We're asking your action, but you talk about the movie. I said, you see the movie, how you know what we're doing? I said, no, you just fast forward. So I remember, I start thinking about the scene, the story, and then I start saying, oh, maybe the solve, how to do the fight. So that kind of like impressed them, like, wow, this is not just action, you're thinking about story. And I think that then I got hired, and then I go to, and then they, you know, they decide to do the opening. So the opening is a brand new, and then the rest is and then the gong scene is the new, and then a lot of thing is we just reshoot and then re-editing. So I do re-editing and then say, oh, this is missing a shot, this should be this is and then we structure the movie, and then the opening is all mine, and then gone. So the opening has a lot of wire, you know, JJ is one of the guy fighting, you know, with a hawk, you know, all those things. Yeah, I had a good stunt team, you know, Ning never, you know, Ning doing the rigging for me, do all the ratchet and something. It's the same thing, you know, I go in when I with the Rock, I train them, and then they see what I'm approaching them. I tell them, you know, oh, the idea from the editing, and then so this is, should be have some kind of more shot. So we shoot a lot of stuff from the previous stunt. So I'm changing it, but then I also create those things, and then they totally give me freedom. I have rehearsal, like I have time to rehearsal. I say, wow, amazing. So I don't know, I can't remember, maybe 2 weeks or whatever. I do previous with the opening scene, and then the gong scene. I do the texting. So when you have time, it's so different than what been done. So I said, wow, that's even much more easy, because they proved already. If they're happy with that, then I have no problem on set. In America, is my heaven. You know, I can handle it. So and right after that movie success, you know, after that we shoot, and then they make some money, and they right away hire me for the Rock second movie, the Rundown. So that also same, you know, they build up my confidence. Oh, I can really coordinate. I know, you know, um, how to put everything together, and then do the system they like, the way, and then at the same time they give me the freedom. So that's how I start. Scorpion King, like I said, I just kind of, you know, fixing or, you know, adjustment. So I make it's not like you only see few scenes is totally created by me, and the rest is just kind of like filling the gap for the before, and then changing a little bit here there. And then the rundown is no, the rundown is totally my style. So one which I in charge fight coordinate, action direct. So you see all those things almost everything is my creative, with the director. Totally freedom because of the Scorpion King experience, because the same producer, Kevin Mission. So when I did the Scorpion King, and then he said, "Oh, I got The Rock and second movie. You come and help. You save me that. I give you this." And then that's how I get into TGA. So that they give me TGA, and I start from there. And same thing, the fully trusted. I have a months and months. I think 3 months, or maybe even 4 months. I cannot remember how many months rehearsal. The whole entire movie, previous rehearsal, training after, and I shoot everything and editing everything, and then have it all previous ready. And then they're changing the ending a little bit. The ending is not my ending. My ending is supposed to 6 week. Remember the whip guy, the free whip. So Gary runs there, one eye, So they learn the rip from the basic. They learn the skill, and then I just choreography for the rip. So suppose it's 6 week against the Rock, but then end up they changing. They cut it short and become just little gun, and then become 2 whip. It's supposed to 6 whip. I think the original idea is very much crazy, more Hong Kong stunt, but then they turn out to end up try to do the water tower, or try to do a little car crash, and then all the boo. So the end part they try to put into more just a big stunt instead fight scene. I still feel happy with that.
Why do you think they cut fights short like this? They did this with Shanghai Knights. There was a lot of fighting with Jackie Chan and Donnie Yen. They cut it very short. Why do you think they do that in America?
I don't know. Sometimes I think all those, it's because they can say something, and then they or they see different. They try to bend it into it, so make sure you're not losing. Just like making a Hong Kong action movie, they want to be blending into it more international. I think that may be from many perspectives, and maybe it's a marketing problem, maybe. So yeah, hard to understand why they do that. Also, sometimes I see, when you have too long of fight, sometimes you're getting boring and getting. So I can see that, but then the mixing stunt, like have to have a big stunt, have to have a car chase, and have to have explosion. Those is very Hollywood style. You have to have a big explosion. You have to have a car chase. You have to have those things. So, but in Hong Kong, possible won't, because first of all, we only can afford fight and not big stunt. So maybe that's the reason. So when you have a budget, you can do that. And then also, I think the editor, isn't, and how many editor would be big fans about fight scene, for them, So maybe that's another reason. They have the control, they can do that. But if you could put back to just a Hong Kong action director, they possible keep the fight like exactly long and the length. So that's always have a little conflict there between that. So that's why when Brad say, okay, this is what you guys proved it, this is what you guys like, is shoot it exactly, cut it. So that's why he tried to protect his the choreography, his action design. So that's one way. Another way, if you don't lock it like exactly that, then yeah, you will come up to marketing. We say, oh, maybe we should have this explosion. Maybe or the editor will, So that I think more the reason why they cut it short. And sometimes they did the right thing. Sometimes maybe just too long. Mm-hmm. So that's all depend. I won't say they're wrong. It's just what you want. You want the Hong Kong style, or you want to be mixing. So
I think sometimes it's surprising for the audience too. For example, there was a Star Wars film 2016. I can't remember which one. Number 7, Force Awakens, I think. And there was a news article that came out that said that the Raid stunt team is going to be in the new Star Wars film, and everyone, oh great, cool! There's going to be the stunt team from the Raid is going to have this fight in Star Wars. It's going to be awesome. And then the Raid team shows up, and they're standing there. They're space pirates, and then a monster eats them, and they're gone. And like I think for a Star Wars movie, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. But then at the same time, as action fans and as people who know the genre, we don't quite, I think probably for them too, the Raid team probably didn't quite expect that.
I'll tell you honestly, I never Star Wars fans. They don't put Hong Kong style. I can see why. Because I mean they protect their franchise. They don't want to be influenced by somebody now. Oh, now the style start changing. So maybe that's the reason too. It's always at the end. It's not because of the racist or anything. I think there's always an ego. If you have control, you want to maintain something. You don't want to give somebody jump into. Oh, now the better. Oh, because the Hong Kong action in the Star Wars better than. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It could be an ego thing. That's why they try to make sure maintain the same thing. Don't put some because they did try maybe just really have a good review. Then suddenly, wow! Suddenly they will say, "Wow, that's great." So we should do more like that. So I think they try to protect themselves.
I wanted to ask what when you're working with The Rock, he has an action brand. Of course, he was relatively new, even though he wasn't. He's newer then than he is now, right? How did you work with The Rock with developing the action, making an action style for him?
When we start, because I did a reshoot, right? So he knowing there's something wrong, that's why we shoot, right? So and then when I come into the Jackie Stunt team, the repetition, and very respect, and then we get on very well, and I understand what he missing, and then I'm start chat with him and saying this is a new thing, maybe not used to it, but then we get a really good chemistry, he be good with me, very trust me, and then with us, like I said, with this that the whole we shoot and then end up turn out amazing. The movie did well, so save his first movie because that could be destroy him, the first movie and the tank. So that's good. Then we'll do second one, totally trusted because it's based on the reshoot, and then we'll do second one and the same thing. We get Stunt Award. We have most nomination, and that year we won two. We have some really interesting fight scene. And then the idea when very beginning, he's a super big guy. I say I want to hire the most small stuntman in the Hollywood. I even hired dancer, turn little to from dancer be a stuntman, right? I hire all the little tiny boys. So I want to be like a King Kong, and then all the little men beat him. So the idea would have all small stunt guy into it, and then fight with him, and I think that turned out cool, and he is very open, and then like I give him one credit, he still is one of the best choreography actor I never worked with. He is really, really number one. I give him the credit because same thing, we do choreography rehearsal, but then somehow I changing a little bit because the angle, same thing, we adjust it, and he can right away remember. He don't even need to remind. He's really, really good. I don't, because he do live action wrestling, so he's really good with choreography. And then when he remember, then he totally perfectly doing the timing and everything. And then the changing, let's do the 5 take that, and then 6 take I was changing a little bit, and he can changing right away. He can remember. I said, wow, it surprised me because like I said, why I'm giving number one, and then Jackie is different. Jackie will let us to remind him sometimes because it's changing. Okay, left. We will off camera. We say something to remind him, and The Rock don't even need to remind. I said, wow, very impressed. So yeah, he had that talent. I still like I said, I never really met one person have that much receive, and then on the fly, and then can remember and doesn't need people remind. I think he is that's one impressed me. I said, wow, The Rock. I said, Rock, your choreography memory is very impressed.
We kind of have the equivalent of Beijing Opera and Chinese opera in America, and I think that's WWE, because it still requires a lot of memorization. It requires really good technique. It requires acting. There's no singing. There's not much dancing. it's a little bit different from Chinese opera. Do you think that those skills translate from American wrestling to the Hong Kong style and towards your style anyway?
I think definitely for sure, there's always this, influenced by each other, I think that you can say, like, I don't know who will be the first one, the opera to wrestling come back to the Hong Kong style. And yes, I will say, every style, every, opera or wrestling, they always have something, they learn each other, and then get into in the filmmaking is very simple. Choreography or action design, whatever hit in the moment, whatever is the fashion at that moment, that move is everyone want to do that move, everyone do it. Now all one shot and everyone do one shot. It's like a fashion at the moment. It's not copycat, but they are just follow with the fashion. This is the fashion. They like this opera style, and the opera style, Chinese style, Hong Kong style, wrestling style. I think the filmmaking is like very a sharp every whatever right now is hot, that is in the movie, and that will be in the choreography. So but then you say who is the first one, who invented who? Very hard to say. But I think the mostly, I give credit. I think each one have some special, just like Bruce Lee, Taekwondo. You're picking the best, and then you pick, ignoring the one you think not good. So you pick the best one. So I think everyone will have every style have some kind of credit together.
Can you talk about the hill stunt in the rundown, rolling down the hill?
Oh,
was that Tanoi, and can you tell us about him?
That's a good, that's one of the great stunt. I think till today is still stand out, right? People watching is still remember. That's a really good idea at the moment. I remember the director. Okay, he had to escape, so and then we have the idea the car crash and then they start tumble down. And I said, well, cool. So let's do the biggest tumble ever, because I remember I saw I think it's Sawfish, the movie called Sawfish. They slide to the slide, but they not tumble. I don't like a long slide, but for me it's more not hurt enough, not exciting. So I said, okay, let's do the biggest tumble. And I in Hawaii and I location scouting. I pick every single environment. I said, I want a cliff, I want a rock, I want the grass, I want the hill, I want the waterfall. So I pick every single environment in the look. So that's how Jackie Chan style. We're looking from the mountain. Okay, we have cliff. Okay, to do the 4 cliff, and then hit the ground, hit the rock, hit the dirt, bouncing into the grass, hit the tree, hit the trunk, bouncing down to the hill, hit everything he can, and then hit the rock, and then end up hit waterfall, hit the water, and then the car hit them. So that's how. As always, longer. As we in the movie, we cut one section out. We have one is going into a grass like so long, they disappear and then they pop out. But they cut that part out. But then everything is almost exactly the plan, and we shoot that sequence 4 days. 4 days, just all tumble. Each actor have 2 stunt double, 2 for the Rock, 2 for the Sean William Scott. So. And JJ Perez is one of them. And then Tanarai, and then Paul, State, and then also Marco. So they're the 2 for the Rock, 2 for the Sean. And they just rotate. I don't give them a time to, I don't give the camera a time to rest. So the 2 come down, 2 ready, 2 walk back, 2 come down, 2 ready, 2 like rotate, and then camera just tracking and everything. So it's a fun 4 day, and then they tumble like hundreds times.
Wow! So you had 2 doubles so that you could actually do twice as many takes, basically.
Yeah, because the 2 coming down and 2 to get ready, and these 2 have to clean up and then walk to bed, and then this coming down clean up. So that's a whole idea. And then when I do that, I tell them, I say this is gonna be nomination. I guarantee that. I say I don't know they win, but I promise them. I say this will be your career. You guys gonna be nominated for that, and then they won. They won the best special stunt or something. So yeah, it's a fun, challenging, and then it's tough. You look at it, it's hurt, But I remember one stunt, when Paul falling off the cliff and then his wig almost fly off the camera, and then the medic come in and you cannot do anymore. I said no, that's only I need. So because he's like totally like really, but that's cool, I think that's what stuntmen do, So I think they performing really amazing, it's cool, the idea, and get at the end, like they're winning the trophy. So yeah, fun story. Yeah, that component is really really cool. I think that's trying to set up the thing, and then I remember Brad Allen after that showed me he using that for the Chinese soldier and the volcano. Remember the Jackie falling down after the dragon head. So he using that kind of like this previous idea. I said, "Wow, cool! You're using my stuff."
There was one project that I was curious about, which is Red Trousers.
Red Trousers, wow, cool! How you find that?
Well, I watched it. It was a documentary. They tried to make a full movie, and it turned into a documentary, right? Is that the story?
Yes, there's yeah, I think back then, yeah, Robin Shield, yeah,
That's right.
and there are 3 parts. I think I did a small part. I helped him direct the alley part, coordinate. The Hong Kong alley. That's my section. I did. That's just the first time. Since I come to America, I say, oh, I go back to Hong Kong. The one system is very good, and I did that first try there. Was the stunt adjustment idea, and then the same weight, everyone should be stuntable or stuntman the same, and then you did more, you got adjustment. So I did try. That's my first time I go back. I thought maybe I want to introduce them this system. Often they still, I don't think they're changing yet. They still. The old traditional way is when you are stuntman, you got single pay, and then when you're stuntable, you got double pay. Doesn't matter what you do. So that's the Hong Kong system, and I think the Hollywood system is much more fair because like you stunt, you get adjustment based on what you do. If you don't do anything the same day, then you just get your basic rate. So I think that kind of very interesting. I tried that in Hong Kong. That's the first time I tried with that.
What was it successful?
I did try that. So the double, so I cut down those money. So I saved halfway, and then at the end of the day, I said, oh, I saw, I forget who, he does some fight, and then okay, you got 300 more extra, and then something like that, and try to tell them, I think this is a very cool system, and I think it's really good. So I did try that, but then, you had to go through the association and long process. But I still think if I suggest this, my first suggestion for them, I still feel that's a much more fair deal. Even China, I think they did the same thing. This double make more money than the stuntman. And sometimes a double girl do a spinning kick, but the stuntman take the hit and fall 10 foot, and he make half the money the spinning kick one. So I think, wow. Because sometimes old time, like me double a girl, maybe we do a little hook kick where the girl cannot do the kick, the actress, and the hook kick, and then the stuntman got and then do whatever, but he make half money, I make double money. How that could make sense?
So when you have that kind of system in play in Hong Kong, do you have stuntmen then who don't want to do falls, but they just want to do doubling?
I don't think but there one very famous back to my time, Master Didi, famous Didi, you know Didi, right? Go Hin Chiu. We work for Yuen Biao. So he's very, very famous back then. When my time, and he's famous is what? He's famous as a stunt double. He only stunt double. He don't do stuntman. So he is, because he really good, you know, very, very good wall run, you know, he can do kick, he can flip, he even double jet Lee before, you know, he does many things. So all he do is every day he has so much work and it's so popular, and all he do is go doubling girl, doubling guy, but he just double. So he beats somebody. So, but he not say he's not doing stunt, but he's doing in Hong Kong we call Seung Ba. You know, Ha Ba is stuntman, and Seung Ba is the one perform like more that. So he is the famous about it. So we call him a king of the double. Yeah, because he make most money, and he's just skill wise. It's much easier than the stuntman, because stuntman mostly take heat.
So you have Sangba and then you have Haba, you said?
Yeah, Seung Ba, so like Seung Ba is like a upper, you know, and then the lower bird, and then the ideally, you know, we call that, because most Seung Ba is more like performing, really mostly is a perform, like good form, good posture, you know, and then stuntman mostly is good rhythm, good timing, and take heat.
How do you go from being a Haba to being a Sangba?
That will be depend on, you know, like, you know, your experience, you know. Also, some is, you know, they born like that way, you know. I mean, some have a really good performance. You can see, you know, even in Hollywood, right? You can see some stuntmen, they just don't have it. They come in, you can see them take a really good hit, but when you ask them to have a little performing, they don't have it. And some is really good with the performing, you know. It's also like the body acting, you know. You're acting, you know, really, really well. And they see from behind, oh, you act like someone, or you act like a, you know, somebody, you act like a hero. And then somebody, when you even look at it, no matter which side you look at it, he's like just stalking stuntman, you know, like don't have that. So that's also, besides just the skill, I think it's also the body language, you know. I think that would be turned into, you know, like, so some was always only stuntman, you know. It's not, you know, because the body shape, you know, it doesn't, it's a hero body, you know. It's like too choppy and too short, too high. So those is all, it's all, everything had to be like perfectly, and then of course on top that is good skill, right? Like Didi is a famous one, and then Chingalo is a famous one, very famous. Paco is famous one. So yeah, I feel that then is like a top list is a Samba stuntman.
Yeah, Chingalak he's a marvel.
Yeah, he's another one. He's another great one. But he more like Didi, but then more like actress, and then Chingalo more man, more like go different, you know, Yuen Biao, and yeah.
Let's go back to America. Do you find that, because you've done quite a bit of television, you've done Black Sash, Bionic Woman, True Blood, do you find the same challenges in American TV that you found in Hong Kong TV doing stunts?
The same, you know, the requirement, right? Fast, good, you know, it's all, you know, because it's all pilot. Mostly, you know, you do pilot, you don't have that much time, you know, and then they try to make a small fight, but they want to be outstanding, you know. So those is the same challenge in Hong Kong. But of course, you know, Hollywood still is a better, you know, system of preparation and budget wise. It's still better than Hong Kong. That for sure, you know. But the challenge is, you know, same. You know, when the shooting is, especially the shooting time, is very tight. You know, it's similar like Hong Kong. But then the challenge here, you in Hong Kong, I think, or China, mostly, you know, the action director or coordinator, they control. They decide the shot. You know, decide how many angle. in here, sometimes you need to deal with the DP and then you deal with all the coverage, but because they're used to it, even they shoot in your style, but they will require much more coverage because for the editing, for the editor, they will say, oh, we need this, we need this. So with the list, like, oh, we need the wide shot, we need a two shot, we need a single. So they still will have that. So that kind of like cut down your process, because you slow down and you have to do something. You think they will never use it, but you have to do it.
Do you like the coverage style for television?
Of course, I mean the Hong Kong style. I don't think anyone would like it because we know, there's always like I think as choreography or coordinator, if you actually decide that sequence, you pretty much have. I think it's a good one. They always have the idea how they want to cut, which frame, what length, what size. They all like pretty much have the idea, and beside the ego, they just easier for them, so they can plan much easier, and then they get the process is faster. They know, okay, I don't need to shoot a wide shot. I won't use this piece, but then in the cover, oh, we need to do the big master, and then we will pick any moment, just jump out to the wide. But then in you see all the the old time Hong Kong, when they in the fight, they barely go back to super wide shot. They don't do those things, So they know there's no power when you look at the super wide. You just see the landscape, but you're looking for the fight. So that you can see the difference. And I think I prefer you create a whole sequence and then you think about what you want to tell the story. So sometimes you not necessarily really need to do full master and full wide shot and then full different size, So I think I still prefer the Hong Kong style, but then like I said, when I'm here, where I have to learn the system and blending into it, sometimes you have no choice, and you just need to follow the system. So, but then if my own doing my thing, if I'm a coordinator, I'm an action director at the same job, then I decided mostly.
How does that affect your job if you don't know? I mean, you assume that they're going to want to do these big, wide master shots. How does that affect your job as the fight coordinator?
Stop them to do that, or how I control to do that. Like I said, if the set is I'm directing, in my unit, then nobody, I'm going to be fully controlled. Then I make sure I make the schedule, because at the end of the day, I think in Hollywood and Hong Kong they're different. At the end of the day, in Hollywood, the schedule is the king schedule. So I mean, at the end of the day, you give the sequence, you still need to finish on time. So you have to pick and choose. So then you tell them that you can have that, but then you don't have this. They pick and choose. In Hong Kong, they'll be a little different. Sometimes they don't finish, they come back. So they're very flexible. Somehow, I don't know, they don't have that much money and budget, but they have that flexible. We're missing something. Go do one more day, and then maybe this only work with Jackie, and he have that much power. So that's back then when I say, wow, we're cool. We never worry about time. We just do the best we can. And here, the system is teach you, hey, you only have 3 days, you only have 2 days, you have 1 hour, you have to finish it. If not, we just don't have that scene. So then you have to very, very, very fast and come up there.
When you watch an American fight scene and they do the typical coverage shooting, right? And then they cut to this wide shot showing, the people fighting, they're this big, and it's on the boat, their fireworks or whatever, right? What do you think they are trying to show you by cutting to the wide? Why do you think they do that?
I think they said, I mean, this is what I hear from my experience. They said, you just need to go out and then breathe, like that's what they say. Oh, you need to breathe. You cannot just tie on that and then your eye, and then you need the moment to breathe, and then the moment, kind of like slow down the processing. And then also, it's I think it's another way for them is a production value, very important. Production value, very important. So those is the reason, I think. But it's that's why I see them. They would do it, and it's like, and also I think go back to my experience. At one time, I remember I saw once upon a time in China the leather fight. I remember we seeing is excitement, and then I remember I saw into Hollywood producer and director. They were like, "Wow, that's a crazy long," and then they would start laughing. They would start feel like, "Wow," and then they would see funny. They would say, "Wow, that's so funny. That's so long and so crazy." So I can see the difference, how we watch movie, action movie, and then from that I think I really learned it. It's like, wow, they don't see it the same way we see action, and then when they see it too long and somehow, then I realized, oh, when they start laughing, I can see you only can have certain window and time to make them focus to see your martial arts skill or choreography. And when you go a little longer, and they're out of the interest. And then they will start thinking, suppose someone hits very hard or someone have really good skill, triple kick or whatever, they're just laughing. They don't feel it's good. They're just like, wow, that's funny. So, and then the acting too, they will say, wow, this is over art. I said, wow, really? We don't see it, but they feel like, wow, this is way too over art. So then I start realizing they want to be shorter. They want to tune down your reaction, your facial expression, everything. It's just different. And then I start realizing, wow, that's a different. But then, I mean, right now, I think the audience start getting better with the speed, with the tighter angle, and they can start more appreciate about the choreography. Like John Wick is a very good example. John Wick's success in or extraction. They did something very interesting, and then you can see they into it. They don't jump out anymore. They with him. They with the fight. They tie on that, and they don't allow that much coverage. Especially now they're kind of like almost like always try to stitch it in one shot. So they into it instead before like the traditional coverage. Cover. Now they don't do that, right? I think I see the audience. I see the Hollywood start accept more, but like I said, the over art, the over expression, the super long fight, I see that teach me a little bit. I mean, before even you go back to see UFC too. I wow, so many fight. The fight I keep. There's never finger too long. I just keep choreography. Just do it and shoot it. And wow, long fight. Every part is fight. So long. When now I see, oh, maybe only if you know martial art, you like action movie, you will enjoy to keep watching because you want to see, is there any more cool angle, more cool reaction or cool choreography. You will when you like those. But if you come think about 80% the audience, they're not that. So they will went to the other one. They start laughing. They start yelling. They start lose focus.
Where do you think that shift started happening when audiences started to be able to understand fights closer in, like what you're talking about?
I think born identity would be one of the ideas. I mean, like the eyes start getting faster. I think maybe the video game they start getting much more into it, and then they start having much more fast speed. They can take. So their eye kind of like right now is better than before. Before they usually one punch, and take 3 seconds to take another punch, right? Now they I mean, like Born Identity is really fast editing, and then the action, the rhythm is much faster. But then after that, there's a lot. I mean, like this is like I would say the first for me the action movie Hong Kong style is the Rush Hour, Matrix, Romeo Must Die. So those is the I would say like pretty much the first wave. See the Hong Kong or Asian action or martial art movie come into Hollywood and then start from there, build up to. So, and then they have good almost 10 years, right, from 1990, 97, 6, 98. And then it's a really good 10 years. Straight go into just all action fighting. And then suddenly come down. And then I think another pickup, and then when Captain America, right? And then the Captain America, I think they did a really good job. And then they started bring up another more fight scene, and then in the Marvel, and then of course turn into Shang-Chi, right? And that's so right after Shang-Chi, I would say our Kingsman is another moment, But really, like in the Hollywood side, it's like two waves for me. I see the first wave when the Rush Hour Matrix, that moment is a big wave, or martial art and the Hong Kong style, and then suddenly die down, and then I pick up again. I would say Shang-Chi, John Wick, those is another pickup. So now it's kind of like, and then of course, right after that, not just action, and then like last year, right, Everything Everywhere, or a run, and the Oscar. So now this, my experience is this is my second wave, the Asian Hong Kong cinema peak time, like high time. As a moment, kind of like, wow, this is the favorite, this is the step. So this is the second wave for me.
On that first wave, I call it the spillover because it was the handover, right? So a lot of Hong Kong guys came over and spilled.
Yeah, there's a lot of Hong Kong guys here.
Yeah, so like not just that, but also Lethal Weapon 4 with Jet Li. There was Chow Yun-Fat became a movie star overnight here. Everybody knew Chow Yun-Fat's name immediately. It was this amazing. It was before Crouching Tiger, right?
Yeah.
Sweet Killers. We all knew Chow Yun-Fat, and we had Chinese guys, Japanese guys doing martial art films in America in the 80s too. Right, we have Big Trouble in Little China. We have Sho Kusugi. Those are very American action films. Those are very American style. What do you think it was that was different about the first wave during the handover in the late 90s?
I think that, the big difference is that first wave, remember, because it's like I said, I just right at the time moment. I know both sides, right? I work with Jackie, and then we come with Jackie, and then at same time, it's really at the same time they're doing Matrix, and then Dion, and then Chill. They all here, and I see that moment is the difference between the old time. If I'm not wrong, the old time is still using Hollywood stunt people. Even they have some people infinite, but they're not a team, and then they're not in charging the whole thing. They're still under the system, and then they're still just maybe a coordinator from the local, and then they have this fight guy. Let's do some choreography, and then but they're still under control by the coordinator and by the system. And then when the first wave, the handover thing you talk about, we totally bringing us and then in charge it. Like Matrix is very in charge of the whole thing, right? They riot training, martial art training. They did the whole system with the piano wheel, right? And then on our side, we almost fall into the system until, if we go, like I said, until the moment when we do Rush Hour, the pool scene, the pool house scene. And then we'll sit there, and then because Jackie showed the respect from the system. But then 3 days and then 2.5 days, still dialogue. So, and then we only have half day to do the fight, and that is the step out. He was, no, I cannot. Then he just step out, and then he kind of frustration, because the only half day I need to do the fight. I want a good fight, and then you have to step out, and then and fight for it, and then end up, the DP let us do it, and then after that scene, the whole thing changing. Okay, we step out. We'll do every fight scene, and everything will come out. So that's the different. If we go back to his old time, in 1980, he's here. He did that big ball and whatever. he just listen to the system, and then they shoot the way they want, and then they make him like funny, but that not that kind of funny, it's in a way say it's dumb, make him like a clown and jumping around for him. So, and then don't let him do his idea,
his process.
Yeah, the process you can see why first Cannibal One or Big Ball, and they all not really working, and that's why he left. I go back to do his police story, and that's the whole thing. You can see the changing, the difference between the system and between when we do the handover part, the first wave, we start getting to in control, and then from that on, like even I did, I remember they did Chinese Angel, they did Daredevil, they all Hong Kong big coordinator, they all here, right? Payne, Qin Shudong, Yuen Kuei, everyone here, and back then everyone here. So that's why I call it the same thing, like you say, the handover. The first wave, they bring the stunt team, they design the angle, they cut the shoot, they design everything. So kind of that first wave, and then suddenly die down, and they're all gone. And then I stuck here to keep looking and waiting for the second wave. Then second wave.
So I'm trying to understand why. Well, first of all, you had a very clear goal, it seems, with Rush Hour, because Jackie Chan had become a star, Rumble in the Bronx. Everybody in America saw Rumble in the Bronx, and that was a Hong Kong film. And you could at least say, no, here's the process we use for Rumble in the Bronx. Use that, and you'll have something just as good. Do you think that it was because the Hong Kong cinema had so much prestige because it was so popular that's the way that you got your way? Or do you think that producers, or do you think that the audience was just more ready for the Hong Kong style to be able to watch that kind of action? What do you think was happening there?
I think both, both. It's not just one lean on one thing, or because this is a good reason why they're working, because the audience want to be a Hong Kong action, or like you say, the producer side. I think it's a go both, but then the step out is a very, very simple idea, right? When Rumble in the Bronx success, when they know who's Jackie Chan, when they know who's Jack Lee, they realize that at the end of the day, they realize why we have them, bring them from so far here, but we don't want to see what they're doing, right? So they realize, okay, if we keep doing what we want to do, just using it, they're going to fall apart again, because that's what not the reason to bring them here, right? They want to see, what they can do and what they're good with. So I think that's just one reason, and then this, another, of course, and then the audience accept, when they see the success, right? Wow, when Rush Hour make good money, good review, good success, and then when Matrix is good success, right? And then like you say, River Weapon, there's new villain, the guy not even say a word, but wow, he's so cool, they see that result. I think that's why the result is this, the speed out, So, and then when they see that, they just understand. Okay, maybe they should let us to do that, and then until I say the first way to start die down, because suddenly, I think that big die down. One reason too is one identity. It's really like changing new bit, because they start realizing. Hey, quick fight, quick angle, just pick up 2-3 cameras, just shoot and then tie and everything. They just in and out, in and out, in and out. So you don't even know what they do, but wow, that's very exciting. There's a moment that changing it, die down. We don't need that much time to do rehearsal, choreography. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like feeling, we don't need to see so much now. And then suddenly, one beat, they kind of like really die down. But then Kingsman, I think that Kingsman kind of like turning up a little bit is but how about one shot? See the actor doing, in the church, right? Follow him, and then either you see all the stitch part, but that's okay. All they don't understand that. Wow, this look like this actor, wow, you can fight like this. And that will bring up to, chorus is pretty important. And then John Wick, right? Suddenly, John Wick, they go back to the traditional matrix idea. Train the actor, make sure he's good, train Keanu Reeves become really, really good jiu-jitsu, judo. Wow, suddenly that again.
And let's not forget that there was another big influence that we were all feeling at the time, around that time period, which was Korean films. You had Old Boy with one take, also Thai films, Tony Jaa doing
Tony Jaa.
Those, do you think that those were additional pressure on producers to allow this kind of shooting?
I think they're like Tony Jaa, like Old Boy, or even what's it called, Man from Nowhere, right? Those they'll come out, but they're very, very impressive. They the style, or the action, going very close back to Hong Kong style, right? Very back to the Asians, but those is a foreign movie. Those never come in course. Like even the Raid, right? They never come in course, but they make some noise. Some producer, some studio, they see something, but they never come across and make another movie like that. They just keep saying they will, but never happen. And the influence only influence the filmmaker, like Chad, like they see that. They say, oh, that's something very cool. So Man from Nowhere kind of like influence, almost like similar like John Wick, right? The idea, and that only that's why I would say this recent few years, this past 5-10 years, suddenly the new wave start build up from the stunt coordinator, action director, build up be a director, and they see that, right? That's only they see. Other directors don't see it. Other producers don't see it. They're all, when you see those, who's it? Like JJ, the Chad, like David Leitch, Sam. They all from what? From Stuntman. They're all from that background. That's why they, like I said earlier, 20% they love action movie, Hong Kong cinema, or martial art movie. Those people will pay attention for long fight, everything. But the 80% they don't see it.
I wanted to mention Tom Cruise also, Collateral, Mission Impossible 3. He also lended this certain authenticity to his action scenes. Do you think that he also helped kind of contribute to that sort
of? Definitely. It's good. You're catching everything. That's why you be a host. That's why. No, you're right. Of course, he's another good one. A good example. Like he's like Jackie. He's like Taekwondo. Do own stunt. Put himself into a spot. You say, wow, this is crazy. He does that, but then just for the choreography, right, for martial art movie, why I don't see. I won't say I'm giving him credit for. Oh, he keep this, but this showing the world. If the actor, he can do his own stunt, or he do something on camera instead, editing, checking. Right now, this is like all one shot, follow him and see him do this. That still helping. John Wick's success. Those you can see the actor that's their own stunt. It's a helping for sure for the box office wise too. So it's very special.
And you had a martial art actor in Twilight. You second unit directed this. He was a martial art actor. Did you find that it was easy to design action for someone like him as well, and having him, front and center in that same style?
Oh, you talk about
I can't remember his name.
Taylor,
that was it.
No. Yeah, he is martial, but then funny. The part one, he don't have fun. I did part one. Okay, so I did Twilight, but then after Twilight, they changing every movie. Part 2, part 3, they changing coordinator, changing director every movie. The 5 movie, they changing 4 director, and then 4 different coordinator, 4 different action. So I think Brad Allen did part 3. I think I did part 1. So when I do part 1, Taylor don't have that much fight at that moment. He's just a little bit. We don't have a fight for him, and then he does later, But of course, I mean, it's still, he have a good background. I think he compete taekwondo or compete farm, and he can do tricking. He's very talented. So that's for sure to compare other vampire, and then to compare my other class, like Bob Bredesen. Of course, Taylor is much easier because he have that acrobatic background. So that Twilight doesn't have that much fight, but mostly we have wild.
So when you're talking about the second wave, when did you first feel the second wave in your career really starting to take off?
My career, or you mean the in industry? If it's for my side, I think Shang-Chi would be really feel very, very big step. I mean, even I just fight coordinator on it, but then I feel that if Shang-Chi success going to carry on something, and then so that's what me and Brad will know. Okay, this is first this stage, this kind of studio and this kind of budget about martial art movie about Asian. We both know this is the mission, and you see the conversation me and him. We already know. Oh, don't worry about. Well, it will be a fan try. Don't worry. Just make sure the first one. That's the whole funny when we're talking about. Okay, first one very important, and then you're establishing. So now the first biggest martial art movie, Asian hero, just don't think. Just like if you think, so this is the opportunity we see can bring the martial art, and then because the movie you see the theme, the core is about the Chinese culture, and then you have Touching Tiger style, and then you have superpower, then so we knowing that is an opportunity to launching, and then of course that success, and then like carry on to it like last year, right? Everything everywhere. There action there too. There's some fight scene like Hong Kong action, right? So those success, and then got Oscar. So that definitely is the second wave. Definitely.
How did you mix in indie stunt guys like Marshall Club and Joseph Lee into the action design process for Shang-Chi?
Brad find Andy, and we'll talk about Andy. I know him that before we went there. And then I already suggested his brother Brian. Me and Brad talk about this too, and then but they are already into the training process with Simo. When Brad called them and then say, okay, I want you guys to train him when he's in, because he's from Canada and come in, and then they start training him, and teaching him some martial art. But he already have a skill, Taekwondo, tricking. So they training the process. Then when I on board, and then we start do the whole thing. When we go to Australia, that's how that dealer idea come from. So maybe he goes with the mask, and then maybe handy, and then that's how Brad asked me, hey, what do you think about keeping that? I said, yeah, cool, because we work together already. I work with Brian. Brian worked for me in the Into the Badland, so he's a Baji double. So he already with me, so I know them. They work really hard. They're very, very talented. So that's how this process would bring them to Australia. Andy Lennon to the that dealer character, and that's the whole processing. So they're very good. They work really hard. Very talented guy. But then we did talk about, and then they want lean into more acting than stunt. Then I said, then you guys should stop doing stunt. No more stunt. Focus on acting. Go taking classes acting, and so I see them right now did pretty well. It's good for them, So I don't think they consider themselves as a stuntman. They consider them more like an actor. The whole Marshall Cup idea for them is like they want to be Sammo, Jackie Chan, Yuen Biao. That is what they modeling. So I can see that.
In Hong Kong, is there a distinction between actor and stuntman the way that there is in America? There's this term in Hong Kong, and you correct my Cantonese if I'm wrong, dongjok yinyun, like a stunt actor. We don't really have that in America. You're either a stuntman or you're an actor. But in Hong Kong, you can be a stunt actor. Why the difference between the two cultures?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's stuff from the culture, but I think when you talk about the Dongzhao Yinyu, that's the kind of really interesting point of view. I tell you, because when I do stunt, I don't know I would be a stuntman. I thought I'm a Dongzhao Yinyu. So when I get my first contract as a TVB, I'm a martial artist. It's a Dongzhao Yinyu. I'm not stuntman. We're not called stuntman. I even think, oh, I'm going to be Jackie Chan, actor. I would be an actor, know how to fight. And that's how this name to you is like you can act, you can do your own stunt, you can fight, you have skill with the martial art background, either gymnastic, whatever, all kind of, Beijing Opera or Taekwondo or martial art. So when they call you that, so you have something behind it. But when like America is an actor, right? They don't bring up that. And then stuntman just stuntman. We are the first class for TVB when we call a martial artist. So this is the first one for my class. But then before me, the traditional they have a COC, source border. They have that too. But go back to early 1980 or 1970. They have that too. It's called martial artists. Kind of like martial artists, same thing like our class, but they're not open up to everyone. But then TVB is open up to the TV. Oh, we're looking for our martial artists. So I joined that. But then before that, in Source Brothers, they have that. So that's why they have, I think, a lot is they come from that martial artist background. Those action stars go back. So they already as a martial artist. So that carry on to us. And then we design. Some martial artists I know even go back. Some senior before me, they are as a martial artist, but they end up they just stuntmen because they don't get the main. So they start slowly side class and then slowly, and they don't get enough job. Then they just fit into stunt. So it's the similar in my situation. If I start, I thought I'm an actor and stuff, but then I realized I cannot act. then you will realize very fast, and then you start being, oh wow, maybe I need into something. I just find more opportunity. It's acting. They thought it easy, very difficult when you act and fight.
We actually used to have something like a stunt actor in America. Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd. These guys were trained in American style Beijing opera, right? It was our opera. It was called vaudeville, and they were trained performers who could act. And maybe there's a parallel there with Cantonese opera and Beijing opera, and the training that goes with that combined with the acting. But then for some reason, I guess maybe with the death of vaudeville, I'm not sure, there became this big difference between stuntmen who could throw a punch and take a punch.
Because like you say, even Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton, they are with that go back to the long time. But then after that, they don't have that much this kind of actor, right? They don't have anymore. Suddenly, cowboy, right? Clint Eastwood, right? But they don't have that. They don't need those skills anymore, right? And then we totally fade out, right? Suddenly, the one long periods about cowboys, you don't need those skill. You don't need those. You be an actor, right? And then that's why suddenly I think in Hollywood they don't have that action star. They don't have it. The long period they don't have anyone as the action star. They just have star, right? But then in Hong Kong, since 1960, they carry on forever. Everyone, all the movies, they always have action star like Lau Kar-Leung or Yuen Biao, and they all can act, the choreography, the action direct, and then they all star in the movie. Like Sammo, Jackie, they all is a star choreography director. So they carry on that. They never like the long period never job without action star. Never. Like since 1960, they carry on to today. It's the same face for pretty much the last 50 years, the same face, but they all a star. They always carry on to it. But in Hollywood, you the last action beside Keanu Reeves, beside Tom Cruise, who you have? No, you don't have anyone do physical, right?
Maybe Jason Statham. Also, I would say,
but that's much later.
Yeah, I would say
later, right?
in the 80s, maybe you could say, Sylvester Stallone with Rocky, and also, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Even though he wasn't like a fighting guy, he could pose really well because of his weightlifting. So maybe that was this era in American
acting. But you see then you can also say Bruce Willis, right? But then you see them, they're action star. They do action, like explosion, big explosion, cast and but they're not physical action star. They're not like martial art star, no, right? Physically, the martial art background or fight scene, they don't do anything. Pretty much no fight scene. Besides, maybe you say Stallone, to do the Rocky, but that is really like that technique. And then even today, right? Michael B. Jordan, those is easier. I don't say different than the other one, but then boxing is just on two hands. You don't need to do flip, you don't need to other stuff, you don't need wire work. So it's much easier to mimic it. Of course, Cheng Freeman, you could be really good, but then the other martial art, Freeman can maybe just learn how to do a fun roll, not even fun flip, right?
So do you think that that's why the Bourne Identity kind of style of action took off, because it was a very simple kind of action style that was very dynamic?
Yeah, that's also right. The visual is very dynamic, and then the study is much easier because you learn 5-10 move, but then it's very short move. Not like you need the acrobatic background. Then those like is all hand, right? Mostly, maybe barely have full kick, but then there's a fun kick. They're not like jump, triple side kick or whatever. So those is almost like when cowboy, right? When you do cowboy, you don't need to learn how to find the gun. You just right. So those is easier for the actor to mimic it or train. But when you do matrix, that's different, right? It cannot be just.
You talked about Sammo Hung, Yuen Biao, and these Sing-Mong, Jackie Chan. Obviously, they were trained from childhood as these actors and performers. What about the current generation? Are they still doing this training in Beijing Opera today? And are they producing actors from that same school in Hong Kong and in China?
Well, I know, no. I don't think especially Beijing Opera, I don't know if anyone still have that. No, I know, because I'm in here 20 years. But I knowing somebody come from that background, certainly in the Hong Kong cinema, like Jackie there, or like Didi, or I don't hear the new generation have that, and then they continue to like right now. They have Hong Kong Association, the Stunt Association. They do stuntman training. So they train. Now they start a class, to have new generation as a stuntman, but they're not really come from that background as a Beijing Opera and then also be a star like that 1970. I don't think they will have that much opportunity anymore. Right now, especially this past 20 years, they're changing it. Their eye on idol, handsome boy, cute boy. It's a totally new generation, new wave. That's why they slow down. That's why you see, the Hong Kong action or China. You can see they all going to handsome boy and then camera trick idea. Not really need the real martial art. Now, even back to Hong Kong side, they slowly fade out, slowly. That kind of sad, doesn't have any new carry on.
Do you think that there's any prospect for this current generation where, are they going to be raising up very physical action stars like they used to, or do you think they're just going to rely on CG and filmmaking and just focus on the acting and the pretty face and not worry about having them actually do this stuff? Because I look at Reeves and he's in his 50s, and Keanu Reeves, he's in his 50s, and he's a physical marvel. He's an action star. He's been an action star for almost 30 years.
Yeah.
But how many of the new generation are able to do all the stuff that he does?
I would say it's not even the it's a marketing thing. This is all go back to personal thing. It's not like I mean, I never work with him, but I hear all the good about him, and then I see all the interview and everything. I can see him. He's a very unique person. Is that he really focus on what he want to do, and he want to be good, and he would put his own time into it, right? So this is all just personal. I think, like him, like Tom Cruise, same thing, right? He want to fly the jet, he want to fly airplane. He got to put his time. He want to do skydiving. You got to do as an actor. You have 3,000 jump. Where you get those things? You got to be put your own time and own passion onto it, and then become that good. So definitely it's a personal thing. It's not so is it who will be the next one like that? That's all depend on the actor. If they see their passion, their potential, they should put on it. So I would say, okay, then maybe with Andy and Brian, Andy Lee and Brian Lee, they will, because they are into that passion. They're seeing they are as an action star. They're seeing this is what they want to go. So they possible will be, but otherwise, in Hong Kong or China or the whole world, it just depends on that actor himself. Because as a producer or the production, they cannot force them to do it if they don't want to train. They don't want to put their own time, because you cannot afford them like, okay, we pay you every day to train. They won't be. They gotta be their own personal, input. Their personal, want to do that. So the future, it gotta be. Hopefully, there's some new generation. They see, oh, that's my idol. That's my model. I want to do that. Then you put your own effort on it.
Did you find that Daniel Wu and Stephen Fung were kind of going in that direction with Into the Badlands?
No, I mean, like, they will never go to that like full on focus. Like, I want to be the action star. Like, okay, you look at Keanu, you look at Tom Cruise, and look at Jackie Chan. They aim on one direction. They don't spread around. But then Daniel is, I think you consider he is a good martial art too. He's a background wushu, and then Stephen Fung, good, background too. But they more different. They will be more acting, producing, directing. So they aim on the focus. I don't think to compare other. They are really focused on one genre. So they are more like an actor or filmmaker. They will do other stuff. But then I don't think they will put the career into just one genre.
You want to talk about Mackenyu and Knights of the Zodiac?
Yeah,
he's an actor who's come up with a martial arts background, whether he liked it or not, from Sunny Chiba, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about working on that film with him?
Okay, he is the one. He is, for me, as I see him, he have a really good potential. He's really good martial art, really handsome. It's perfect English. That's why I see. If we say the new generation, I can see him really high potential, very high potential. And like he have everything. That's for sure. I've been working so long. If you ask me who will be my first choice, if the next one could get land into that, he will be the one. But depend on same thing. Even I talk to him a lot. I say, hey, I see you have a potential, but you're a pretty boy. You have so many choice. But then if you find, that's because they have so many choice.
It's almost a curse to be so good looking. I'm so glad that I don't have this problem.
Yeah, right. That's kind of like, because when you have that look, but then you don't see that's a genre you want, then you're just bouncing around. You're doing comedy, you're doing this, you do that, you do pretty boy, you go do modeling or whatever. But you're bouncing around and I want directing. There's so many options for them because they have so much talent to do. But you go back to Tom Cruise is so handsome, when into Top Gun, or wow, this is a handsome man. But then whoa, I'm a handsome man, but this is what I do, stunt, I'm the action star and real actor. And then you see Keanu, a handsome man, right? Same. But then Matrix, and then go back to genre, and then wow, that's all we do. So you see these two exactly handsome have so many potential. They can bouncing around too, but they just stick on that. So Mackenyu will be, for me, I think another one could be if he go. That's what I do. I think he could be, like I said, really have a big potential to be that. Like The Rock, right? When I work with The Rock, same, right? The Rock come out and then he start trying everything, right? This, but then he realized, this is it's still, because his size, his potential is supposed to be an action hero. But when he aim on to be an action hero side, then he worked really well, right? And then be the number one on the top of the world, right? But then that's the same. He has so many options. He tried to be a comedy, he tried to be feminine, and he tried to be everything. But that's not one of them make it except the action genre.
Yeah, he's a great example of a success story for sure. Does he have a certain personality that has this? He has a certain trait to his personality. What do you think that is that these other actors need to mimic in order to have that success as an action star?
I was just saying, then they have to put the effort on. They have either way, that go back to earlier, who will be the next one? The next one is the one he want to be, not we pick one and train him be that. No, it cannot. It's just like they have to be want to be. This is what I want, and now I see. I think they, from very beginning, I think they all looking for something. They don't know yet. I'm so handsome. I have so many options. Do this, do that. They're jumping around, why? Because they're looking for something until the moment. Wow, this work, Mission Impossible, and then focus on their own stunt and suddenly become the American Jackie Chan. Whoa, right? He see that, and then Keanu will same thing, right? He's seen from Matrix, his success, but then Matrix fade out, and then suddenly chat and they let's do one genre, and then he find his way again, right? And then but then he also put all the effort, learn how to find a gun, learn how to do every day good training, because he put that dedication and like I said, they put all the effort onto his idea where you want to go. The Rock, same thing, very good, dedicated. You see him train, right? You see he go to gym every day and very dedicated, keep his body, and then he's a really smart choreography guy. He learns choreography very well, and then personal. I think he's very discipline, self-discipline. Jackie Chan, self-discipline. If you have that discipline, you can be them. When I work with him, we stay in the same house. He's the one. Last night we go drinking, 2:00, and he's the one 6:00 stand up, get up early, and then do step, and then just make sure he trained He's so nobody make him. He's superstar already, but he will. And then we're also sleeping and we go, oh my God! He already cleaned up the floor and already finished his, washing his clothes. How you look at him? How you not thinking he can be a superstar? He's so famous, still doing that. We are just wake up and whoa, you already done that, Yeah, I already. So that discipline is really, really, really special. I think they all have discipline. That's why they become that. If when you a little lost and this is interesting, go party. This is interesting. So the discipline, I think, is a key word.
They have a similar background in this very regimented live show background. Also, The Rock coming from WWE,
yeah,
Jackie Chan coming from opera. Maybe there's some element of that very hard kind of life that instills that discipline in them.
Yeah, I think that you if you like grow up with the poor life, that for sure that help. That for sure. Because when you have taste that, then when you much more appreciate that. But if you never taste that, you just don't know. You just don't know. Oh, that's the difficult part. But when you go up from there, I think you much more appreciate what you have, or something that you can grow up like me and from Hong Kong to here. Same, because that where I come from and then come here. This is a paradise. This is a dream come true, and this is so you a lot of appreciation.
So, what action films do you watch today, these days?
All kind, good action film. I mean, like special, good production value stuff. I would see, instead there's something very interesting catch my eye. If not, I would like to see more production value stuff. Like the reason when I would really admire is John Wick 4. I really, for me, how you can do action movie when you have that level, I think the production value, the lighting, the choice, and Chad did an amazing job. When I watching the screening, he's showing me. I already like wow, and then I go to see when it's theatrical. I go to the theater. I said, wow, how you top this? I don't know who can top this. Just from the production side. Besides how great those a lot of great moments, great elements, but how to top that. Very admire. I mean, this is one of the like I said, a long time. I think maybe like same thing. We go up with all the low budget martial art movie, action thing. Maybe I see it all. I know two hand, two leg. No matter how it's just around there. Without the position, you cannot launch up to another level. So I see John Wick 4 is give me excitement and chill. Like wow, if this is what the producer studio is seeing, wow, you want because the martial art it could be that level. You just need budget. But you can go back before Shang-Chi, before that. What would be over 100 million martial art movie? You tell me which one is? Never.
Just Matrix is the closest, probably.
Right? Over 100 million budget, right? It's like, but then when you have that, you can have something very success, and because beside the action, because the fight, because the choreography, you need production value to catch your eye. When you see a good high level, production value, that make the people not a martial art fan, at least they can enjoy. Wow, I like the set, I like the lighting. So those is for me. Wow, I am exciting because I see wow they keep success. Shang-Chi success, John Wick 4 success. Hopefully there's another one coming. This level, this kind of budget and as a martial art movie. Then I think that would be my next one. I always want to see those, but then you say the low budget. I'm not saying the low budget is not interesting, but then I just seeing it's a struggle, and then you cannot be mainstream. You just cannot.
So when you're watching movies, aside from the production value, What are you looking at when you watch action scenes?
Of course, the choreography, and then the storytelling. Of course, there are many aspects. Not just one thing I'm looking for, but I seeing how it doesn't have to train from the actor. Even the stunt people, they don't train that much. Right now, they want to do a spinning. They put the spinning wig on it. So you start seeing the processing like that's not my attention anymore. We will see more like I will from the production's point of view, and then also from the choreography, the move slowly fade out. Now really don't really. I think the idea would be more looking for the physical side. I think we're moving on to technical side. So I think that would be then for me, see action movie, it gotta be combined with the technical side, because if you just stick on the I just want to do physical side, then you're dumb, because today you really have the technology can launch into another level, but that it have to be on that side.
Do you ever watch any animation? Because sometimes with animation, you get to do very fantastic filmmaking with a lower budget.
Oh yeah, and I mean like animation, I watching some, but I'm not crazy on it. But then it's infinite. There are a lot of you see right now. There's a lot of they just look at animation, just copy into the live action, just simply. But what I think is, for my interest, I feel physical is pretty much the limit. Now you just need the technology combined. So if we the next level, I think it doesn't matter who is a choreography or action design. They should more rounded, not just trying to just looking for talent, because first of all they don't have that much real talent anymore. Now you just need a very good combination to make it another action star, another a good action genre movie, or what would be the next one. But that had to be combined. So that's why when I see John Wick 4, I say, wow. But then who can greenlight a movie like that? Besides franchise like this, can greenlight a movie over 100 million? I mean, who's another action star bendable to put over 100 million as an action martial art movie? Who would be? Everyone is like almost no more can be bad like that much. No, pretty much like I say, well, they all top it, like Jackie and whatever, who will go back to all they either at age, physically they cannot, and then up and coming, I don't know who will be can be bannable to do over 100 million budget besides Marvel, right? Shang-Chi.
Looking at Six Underground film you fight coordinated, talk about production value. When you have a project like that in front of you, what are you imagining as the potential when you look at something like that?
Well, that one is funny. They start shooting the little opening. They start shooting the chase, and then I got the call from Christmas. He called me to come to do the fight choreographer. I'm excited that moment because I really like Michael Bay as one of the, I think, visual action director is top of the game. Top of the game. No, I don't see anyone. The visual, and then as the action director, or he's not an action director, he's a director, but he do everything. He also visually, I just keep him. For me, is top of the game. Really, really good eye. And then when I go there, it's so exciting. Wow. And then of course, his reputation is like, wow, he's really Hong Kong style. He is the first in America I see the Hong Kong style. He is the real Hong Kong style. This is because Hong Kong style is a Chinese Asian style, is a director system. Hollywood system is producer system, studio system. So he is a director system. He's the one say everything. He's the one design. And I said, wow, I feel like this is the Hong Kong style. And I'm very excited. Look at him working, and I see his eye, and really, really picky, but it's good eye. It's amazing. That's the best experiences. One of the best experiences. Work with director. He is the one of the. I definitely put him the top three. Because I learned a lot from him. I said, wow, the real director is not just like. That's why I think that he's changing my perspective too. He's changing my perspective, like punch and kick or whatever. It's not only. You need other stuff with together. That's why he teach me, lighting, camera angle, composition. Wow, amazing. He just launching me. I was saying, wow, I'm so, it's so like kindergarten stuff, look at him. It's a huge budget, but he's tiny time too, because he wants so much, and then he only had that much time. And then every single pick he picked is the shot and the idea, the angle, the composition, the lighting. It's almost the best he can get. And they take that run. He don't shoot crazy. He just aim with it.
Describe the design process with him. I mean, do you pre-viz and then bring it to him, or how does it work with him?
I pre-viz. No, I've trained the actor and start choreography pre-viz and cut the little pre-viz, show him. He's like this. He definitely just fast forward in his eye. That's it. He picking, like I said, the whole fight scene, he comfortable picking some movement and he processing something. He don't care about your angle. I tell you that. You don't need to show his angle. You don't need to show your size, and he processing. So cool. That's why I think maybe when you as an action director or like where we come from, we just focus on the move. We focus on something. And when I work with him, he's the one. I really say he influenced me a lot. He always hammer my head. Wow, you not just do action like this. Look at him, and I say, wow, very amazing. And then when I learned it, I direct. Earlier, I have opportunity directing. Right, I never have that knowledge. I learned from him because I'm the same. I try to be a Hollywood system. Then I have DP, I have camera operator, and then you let them do it. You just tell them the idea, and then he will let you do. And then the best angle you shot, the best shot you like, walk away, give me the camera. And then he starts shooting another, and then he will be much better. He will be something better, or much better, or something better, or interesting. Because he have his eye, he have his editing point of view, he have everything in his head, and then the operator don't have it, DP don't have it, nobody have it. So you have to give him all the credit. His movie, his vision, nobody can even take it from him. It's totally his vision. He's totally Hong Kong style.
So what did you take from working with Michael Bay, and how did you then apply that to your films after that?
I'm looking for my opportunity to be, I'm a director, and I will understand, yes, there's a system, there's something that boxing you. This is what you're supposed to do. And he picked the box. He's the one I see, wow. Like I said, I never see one director in Hollywood have his system. And his system is when I go up, I see Sammo, I see Jackie, I see all the directors. They all have exactly that. I don't know who learned from who, but definitely it's the same system. As a director vision, director point of view, everyone just helping, and I give you the direction. You don't tell me, I tell you. You don't need. You can suggest, I can pick it, but at the end, he put his eye on it. And wow, I say that's the learn from is like, as a director, you really have that power. Then don't miss it. Because at the end of the day, you cannot. My DP from my editor. He don't blame anyone. If anything, it'll be himself. That I think I kind of like that kind of system. I kind of like that. It's like one hero or not. Living and dying. You just do your own thing. So you don't blame on somebody. If it's fail, you fail. If it's good, good. You go back to Hong Kong style, same thing. Then you never barely hear the old time, if I'm not wrong, you barely hear they oh, this is my editor, my producer. You never see them. They all take all the credit, either they good or bad. They are all one man, just that director. That girl always like that. So maybe that's in my root. I love that. I like, wow, when I work with Jackie, I said, wow, this is the king on the set. He's the one. I love that processing. Nobody tell me what to do. If I need 3 days to think, I need 3 days to think. Wow, beautiful. Here, no. You have 3 days. You have 2 days. This is your system. Do it or not. Then we're moving on with no new location. Doesn't matter. You're a director. The system compresses you.
Did you find too that Jackie, and there's a lot of footage of Jackie behind the camera. There's footage of Jackie editing the film. Was he in control from the beginning to the end on his films?
Yeah, 100%. And then we shoot back then, still film. Then right now, of course, easier. Back then, I remember we were film editing. We could sit looking behind the editor, and then chop, tip it, and then see so many film everywhere, and then look at it. Oh, this film. He does that. We were after shooting, go to the editing room every day, and then he cut every film. Cut this film. This is the whole same process, but now easier. Computer. But then the way it does it is the same. Shoot, edit, plan, all one man band. One. Yeah, other people. They can take credit, but honestly, it's him. You have director, even with Daigor, but he's a director. Definitely, yeah, you have for me to see, he have those director to help him to, but then come to the set, one vision. Same thing, Michael Bay. You have so many departments, so many wardrobe, but come to the set, he is the wardrobe, he is the prop, he is the one vision. Very, very cool. The other, my experience is wow, many vision, and then director just the good one to put everything together, and the best social guy. For me, it's like, don't upset this, don't upset that, and then the one person connect everything and come up something. But it's one vision. I doubt it. Michael Bay, number one. Interesting for me. I never see. I'm 20-some years since 600 Guan. Wow, my God, there's a hammer on my head. Wow, director, so cool. Yeah, very interesting. I really see that. And then Shang-Chi, and then when I see Brett Allen, Brett, oh my God, that's my little brother is my king of the his room, his action. Wow, no, this frame, I don't like this frame. This frame, no, this is not good. Look at the previous. No, this, wow, I said, wow, how that narrow perspective, no other. That's why it's success. When 1980, when Jackie come, try to be nice, try to learn the system, try to fit into it. Then, and my 20-year career, same. I'm trying to be there, and then I realize, wow, that's why it sucks. That's why you know them, because you're bending. You trying to be a nice guy. You're trying to be. For them, they possible, people who have bad mouth them, but they don't care. For them, they don't care. They just, this is what I want. This is the vision. This is why we do this. They just, other people just help me, but don't question me, because.
Did Jackie ever talk about where he got that from? That sort of vision, that momentum? What would you call it?
No, we not really talk about it. But I remember he told me it's about how he became so successful. He gave me the one reason. He said, I want to do my movie. My movie can go to every single family, like open the door. So he let That's what he said. This is how I success. Some people will pick one thing very powerful, very violent. Then you only have certain door, but some door you cannot go in. Some family cannot go in. Some have a sex, and then you only have certain door. And I want my movie go every single door, so that he avoid those too extreme, violent, sexy, dog, the dirty talk, more positive, more education. So he picked it. That's his success. I said, wow, this give me the so it depends. So that he knows which door he want to go before he create. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people just so extreme. Oh, I like violent. I like bad. I like gory. But they don't think about where you want to go. You only have 2 people watching or 200 people watching. So that kind of thing. So I learned from him, and I think I can see he have his vision, because that's why he have his goal. He know which door he want to go, and then he make sure that. So he had to stand for. So he have fight. He have some if you go, some news about he fired the director. He fight with the director because they don't listen. He cut the sex scene, and you don't want the sex scene, but he want. So they fight, and then they're angry, and at the end they're not working anymore because he have certain thing. He know where he want to go, but then somebody don't. So they're the argument. So, but then I can see him. That's why he will picking the director, picking the people will listen to him, trust his vision. That's why he's success. That's I think that you go to when he's very beginning, when he start directing, and then when he start working the style he want, he's success. But when he try to work somebody's style,
you're saying that when the director knows where he wants to go, he could be successful. So where do you want to go as a director?
Good question. I want to like I start since the hammer hit my head. I start fade out to martial art, physical. So now I love it. I go up from I born with that. This is my root. I martial art, physical, fight scene, action. But that hammer hit me so badly because oh wow, I really like a kindergarten. And right after that, then I see the last movie. I say John Wick. This is what my direction I want to. Hopefully, I lean into learning production value, director vision. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Go what you want. I mean that will be my next thing. Is like, okay, I've been trying to work for everyone and Mr. Nice Guy. Maybe my next, if I'm in charge of the whole thing, and just one is don't worry about other, just let other people help you, but keep don't bouncing around and just. I think that my looking for, and I have a opportunity now. We're talking about it, but not really official yet. But I can see I have possible opportunity to do something since those influence, and I'm combine the best part together. So that's my goal. That's my goal is did one movie, and at the end they finished it, and good or bad, one man yourself. Don't bring on, because I always hear people bring on editing, a lot of coordinator and then a choreography. Oh, the editor messed up, really. Why they want to? Why they don't want to cut the good stuff and cut the best stuff together? Will be. Only thing is you shoot some best stuff for them to cut in, or your stuff is not good, but you say it's good. That's all but they're always like not their fault. There's always somebody fault, and I don't buy those. I still think today it sucks, and it's okay, everyone sucks, but don't blame on somebody. That's why I like that style. Like you can look at Chad, look at Michael Bay, look at Jackie Chan, look at some of those on top. Their vision, they know what they want, they do it, and if it sucks, they take it, but it's good. Nobody can say this is their vision. I want to try at least one, like full on stupid narrow perspective. No more looking at other people. Just I think that's what I'm looking for.
Andy, thank you so much. This has been an awesome conversation. I think we went 4.5 hours or so. We did a lot of talking. You even changed your shirt halfway through the conversation.
No, it's like because it's fun. I like it. I mean, we'll talk about over 30-year experience, right? And then using 4.5 hours. It's not enough time.
It's not enough time.
Hours still need to talk, but it's fun. I'm thank you. I appreciate this is the opportunity to chat with you. I admire your stuff. I mean, you did something very interesting and good, and I like your the passion. Love Hong Kong cinema, love Asian cinema, love movie cinema.
Well, Andy, I'm gunning for you. And can't wait to see what you do next. And hopefully someday maybe we'll meet on set, and then you can hit me on the head with a hammer. And
I don't know I can have that, but I did got somebody hit my head. It's crazy. I don't know. It's just so weird. People don't. He's a weapon, but for me it's like, whoa, he's one of the top one. I would love to do one more with him. Then I can learn even more. But that's just that 601 is already give me so much, so much learning. He's not a fight guy, he's the guy, but then the way he does action, wow. The real person have cinema eye. His cinematic stuff, amazing, man. You want to study to how the competition filmmaking as a good composition. Michael Bay is a good one to study. Amazing.
Andy, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Yeah, cool. Okay, man.
Action Talks is available on YouTube, iTunes, and Spotify. Join my Telegram at t.me/Eric Jacobus. You can check out my studio at superalloyinteractive.com. My website and blog is at ericjacobus.com. And be sure to subscribe. Thank you.